Skyward Sword, huh? We're bouncing around a little bit in the timeline, sort of on purpose because of the order in which we're doing these, but we've actually already covered this particular point in Zelda history several times. Because this has actually come up several times, because one of the biggest things that was happening in this particular era is that several people in the office kept insisting we need to innovate on Zelda. And I've talked about this. I've talked about this for every game that's come out during and after this period of time, because we've already covered most of those. But this is where that actually started. Immediately in the wake of Twilight Princess, which was 2006 now, during the development of Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, they were like, we've got to innovate, we've got to change Zelda. And this is important. I want you to keep this point in mind, because it's going to come up several times. There was a substantial movement in the developer's office that there was no reason for Zelda to continue existing unless we could innovate on it. Just remember that for a minute. It's going to come back up. So, this is the second time Nintendo ever brought in this other company you've probably heard of. Not the first time we've covered it, but historically speaking, this is the second time they reached out to them and they said, hey, can you help us program our game? Because this other company, they're really, really good at optimization and various elements of how to do large-scale renders. That company is called Monolith Soft, which, if that sounds familiar, it's because you've played the Xenoblade series. Monolith Soft, they did some work for Smash Bros, by the way, if you're wondering, Smash Bros Brawl, the Wii one. They came in and were pretty much mandatory for the creation of this game, because even with their help, they were having trouble getting the various overworld sections to even load properly here. It's actually the primary reason that Skyloft even exists as the connective tissue between the various overworld zones. They were all supposed to be one overworld originally, pretty much similar to Breath of the Wild. That didn't work and couldn't work, but again, even getting the three major sections working was a hassle because the Wii sucked as a console. Bringing in Monolith Soft was a huge deal, and of course would lead to them working on several other titles in the future, including Splatoon, Animal Crossing, Pikmin, and of course, most importantly, every Zelda from this point onwards, including the one we just finished. Now, Twilight Princess had its own issues, which I'm not going to cover right now in detail, but this is when that innovation clamor really got started. So while Phantom Hourglass was getting spooled up, and a lot of the dev staff were like, yes, Phantom Hourglass is exactly what the Zelda series needs. We need to innovate how to play Zelda. Can I pause? I'm sorry. Normally I just like to report when it comes to these little historical infos I give at the beginning of the stream, but this is so goddamn stupid on every level, it actually irritates me. Having to play, if I had to play Link to the Past with the stylus, it doesn't magically change the game. The game is not better for it or worse for it. It's the same exact game underneath a new control scheme. Now, obviously, I'm being facetious because it would be a much worse game because of the control scheme. But you get my point. The game isn't different. You haven't innovated Zelda. Phantom Hourglass is not an innovative Zelda. Spirit Tracks is not an innovative Zelda. They have their own positives. They have their own issues. But that's not innovation. And again, this ties into what a lot of pressure was going into the Nintendo offices at this point historically. I mean, even Breath of the Wild doesn't get away with this. You remember those little, you have to tilt puzzles in order to, actually get the things lined up? Changing the control scheme doesn't change the game, at least not necessarily. There are some very specific examples of where it will actually change the game. But for the most part, it's worse. Sorry, rant off. So, we've got to change how we make Zelda. So everyone was like jazzing in the office over Phantom Hourglass. We've already talked about that. It's like, yes, we've done it. We've changed the thing. But there was this idea that Aonuma specifically was really pushing for, and Miyamoto got his back on this one. Because when he was playing the game, I don't have something to approximate here. I'll use my remote for the TV here. He was like, doing this during Twilight Princess, this completely changed it. It was a whole new, it was like playing Twilight Princess, but taken to a whole new level. Oh my god, it's so incredible how this is just so much better and so different of a playstyle. This is a good time as I need to talk about my personal history with Skyward Sword. So, the controls of this game sucked. I played this pretty much right after it came out, and I played all the way through it. I don't think I 100%ed it because I didn't have a walkthrough and I didn't care enough. Playing this game caused me physical pain. That's the simplest and easy way I could put that. But that's going for the jugular, right? That's the nuclear option. The fact of the matter is, I hated playing this game. I hated every second of playing this game. I wanted to do anything other than play this game. In fact, if I wasn't playing it as a backseat run with a friend of mine, I probably would not have actually finished the game. I would have put it down. Playing through the goddamned Wii Motion Plus controls was awful, and I can give you 3 really big reasons why. First and foremost, the same goddamned thing I keep complaining about every time they try to innovate the control scheme. Imprecision. If you do this on a phone, this is... Stop, go away. This is not precise, right? No matter how you do this, this is not precise. And it makes sense that it's not precise. Your finger is a certain size. Not all of the tip of your finger is pressing the thing at the same time. So where exactly the input decides where your finger is pressing is an imprecise input. Literally, the most basic possible input that can exist, just tapping the screen, is imprecise by default. Now, there are specific optimizations that can be done to improve some of this stuff. But the problem at the end of the day is the Wii Motion Plus was still at the beginnings of motion controls. This was still something that was still being worked out and hammered out. And as a consequence, it sucks here. Sucked, excuse me, past tense. So there were many, many times, like I shared this story just I was on the final boss, and you have to hold the sword up in the air, and I'm holding the sword up, and the game's like, no, you're not. And so I just kept trying different angles to try to figure out where exactly up was. Nothing was, by the way. When I'd finally think I finally found up, I just hold it there, and then I would immediately, Link would be like, yeah, and then he'd stop holding it up. Imprecise controls are not the end of the world when the game is not designed around precision. This was my biggest complaint with Spirit Tracks and the final boss of Spirit Tracks. All right, I need you to very precisely hit these things at this timing with very little margin for error, and if you fail, congrats on redoing the last half hour of your life again. It doesn't matter that much if the controls suck if the game is accommodating around it. But this is a typical Zelda game that was designed in multiple ways to not accommodate the Wii Motion Plus, which is funny when you think about that, but I'll get to that in a minute. Problem number 1. Problem number 2. The Wii Motion Plus controls sucked because the way they are designed is they're supposed to take certain types of input. Now, obviously, there's just the waving around to try to determine the angle of your sword, for example. That's fine and actually isn't all that terrible. You know what is terrible? The fact that if you move too quickly, it takes it as a waggle. This is true of pretty much every Wii game, actually. If you jerk accidentally, if you twitch, or if you, like, clench, like I'm just doing right here, in order to try and hit a button, congrats, that's a waggle. And in this game, a waggle meant a swing of your sword. So imagine you're trying to get into position to swing your sword, and then you like twitch accidentally, and then you attack, and Girahim decides to block your attack because he can do that, and you can understand why I was stuck on the first boss of this game for like a goddamn hour. Because the controls were so sensitive and interpreting my input literally wrong that I had to actually figure out how to move slowly in order to fight a boss who requires you to move quickly. Third problem with the controls. They didn't really do much with it in order to make anything actually more interesting or engaging. For example, holding the sword up could have been a button toggle. You could have just held down L on a typical controller. Sword in the air, charge, swing. And every sword swing could have been a simple slice. In fact, I could actually tell you right now, on the Wii, because this is a Wii game, you could have used the nunchuck itself in order to try and determine the exact angle of your sword, if you wanted to do something like that. Not that it really changed anything, because the angle of your sword barely changed anything. It's used for a couple of gimmicky things, and that's it. So, all of that sucked, and I hated playing through this game. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, so this game's going to suck. I don't know. In total contrast to what I said earlier, I don't actually know the quality of the game. I refuse to play the game again because of the controls. Like I said, and you're probably thinking, these are contradictory. No. The game is still the game. Skyward Sword is still Skyward Sword, regardless of the vehicle I use to interact with it, which is the control system. That was my whole overall rant, is you didn't innovate Zelda, You put a barrier in between me and Zelda. That's not innovation. Zelda's the same. That was my big complaint there. Now, because of that, I have refused to play this game for years and years and years. And Nintendo blinked. They kept emphasizing the sword when they were constructing the game, and the story concept team, including, oh god, I didn't write down his name, Yashi Fubushi, or whatever his name is, all leaned very heavily into the idea of, well, okay, if we're going to have all the focus be on the stupid sword, why don't we actually have the sword be a focal point of the story, which was the innovation of the concept of Fi, which is apparently how it's pronounced. I had to look that up. I've been calling her Fee for literal years, but apparently it is Fi. Sure. Anyways, so Fi, they decided to invent Hylia for absolutely no goddamn reason. Yay. And she is a plague on the narrative of this game. Yay. They also decided to make every Zelda in the entire franchise Hylia. That's terrible. And I'm sorry, I know I'm spoiling something here, but can I just say that I really hate this? This is a Chrono Cross situation all over again. Skyward Sword, one of the biggest reasons this game pissed me off narratively for so long, is it retroactively removed so much character from every character after this except for the Wind Waker links. Because every Link from this point onwards, except for the Wind Waker links, is just this Link reincarnated. Every villain from this point onwards is just Ganon, is just Demise again. Every Zelda is just Hylia again. That's dumb. First of all, I don't like the cyclical thing in general. Cycles in narrative exist to be broken, not to just perpetuate forever. Second of all, status quo, which we all know I'm not a big fan of. Third of all, and most importantly, it literally removes agency from the later players, from the later characters. Except Wind Waker Link, who is not part of this bloodline. So that's cool. Anyways, whatever. I just rant off, but that's terrible. But then, this is funny. How many of you like Groose in this game? I don't know if I like Groose, because, again, it's hard for me to think anything positive about this game because of the control issues I've already mentioned. I will decide what I think of Groose this particular playthrough, assuming the controls aren't total trash. Now, I should mention, by the way, somebody asked this. I have committed to playing this game and beating this game. It's already paid for. Once a game is paid for, it's done. It's funded. There's no contract. A verbal contract imposed upon me to actually go and play it. So even if the controls suck, I will be finishing Skyward Sword. But I just want to get that out of the way. Hopefully the controls are better, because I would like to actually be able to analyze this game for once. Especially Groose. Because you see, we're trying to innovate Zelda, right? That's the big thing. And I keep bringing this up because it keeps ruining everything. They really wanted to innovate Zelda, but Link can't have a character arc. I mean, he does have a character arc, but he totally doesn't, and he can't. We can't have story elements for Link's growth as a character. We can't have Link actually have the arc. They wrote this whole character arc for Link throughout the course of this game, and they realized, oh no, we can't do that. He's Link! And so they lifted all of his character arc and came up with this new character named Groose. And that's Link's character arc. We've actually talked about this before. There are several times when the main character of a Zelda game is someone else because Link can't have character. We've actually already covered some games like this. This is really frustrating. Yeah, I wasn't even going to cover the fact that we've already had some characterization for Link at least twice by now. Once with Wind Waker and once with Twilight Princess. We could argue other examples out as well, but bare minimum, those two surely qualify, right? But no. We can't have Link have a character, so Groose. Now, on the plus side, we get Groose out of that, but god damn it. But then, I keep talking about this sword mechanic. It was almost a deal breaker. This is actually very, very funny. They were having trouble getting it working. No, I don't mean working well. I mean working at all. There were difficulties in the office getting the Wii Motion Plus thing to translate to the game at all. Now, this makes sense. The Wii Motion Plus was brand new hardware that was pretty much invented in mid-development of this game. So they didn't actually design the game from the ground up with it in mind. It's almost like they were making a bog-standard Zelda game, except for that control thing. Huh, how innovative. But Point is, the early tech was very, very finicky. The Wii Motion Plus control is not good. It was early motion control. Like, if we're being completely honest, the Wiimote is not motion controls at all. It's got the pointer, it's got the waggle, but there's no actual motion control to speak of. Not really. Instead, the Wii Motion Plus is actually the first motion control thing. And like all early adopters, it kind of sucked. So they were having a really hard time, and I do actually feel bad for the developers on this, getting this to work at all. Yeah, I remember that, Javez. I remember that. Miyamoto was like, come on, it just wasn't working. Because it was just such a... I don't know how to explain. It was the beginning of the hardware. It was the beginning of the innovation. The beginning of the technology. So, Judo Joker decided to try and interrupt me here. I'm going to ignore that for just a second. This was, however, an absolute mandate. Several times, several of the leads, including Aonuma himself, all said, maybe we should just axe the Wii Motion Plus. Maybe we should just push it out. Which brings me back to something I've talked about several times. A strategy that Nintendo seems to like to do is they like to insist on using their latest gimmicky thing on a Zelda title. We've talked about this, and we've covered several games that have done that. We've seen Four Swords Adventures, we've seen Phantom Hourglass. Technically, we will be seeing Twilight Princess, which is another example of this. Also, Wind Waker was an example of this, too. So they always seem to be insisting on pushing their gimmicks onto the Zeldas. And the strategy seems to be, and I have to put that asterisk because this is presumption, seems to be that, well, Zelda games are going to sell, right? So we'll go ahead and make sure to put our gimmick in that. Thus, the mandate for this game. They had to sell the Motion Plus on this game. It had to be the big mainline Zelda title. It had to be there for the 25th anniversary, and it had to be the big one. And they were aiming for the 25th anniversary, too, which also gave them a deadline. I should mention this was the hardest and most troubled production of any Zelda title ever. Oh, don't mistake me. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom both had longer dev cycles, but by every account and every interview I've ever read, those were smooth sailing. Just, yeah, work, done. Skyward Sword? People threatened to quit over this, and if you know anything about the work ethic of Japanese culture in general, and the Nintendo offices in particular, you know how bad that is. There was actual infighting happening in the offices during the creation of this game because people were really getting pissed at the game and at each other for this. There's multiple interviews corroborating the fact that it just got mean. And getting through this mandate was a problem. And tying this all back into what I already talked about, there was legitimate talk in the dev offices that there should never be another Zelda game because the series was getting stale. This was one of the main reasonings for the mandate. If we cannot make this game work for the Wii Motion Plus controls, then Zelda as a franchise no longer deserves to exist. Sure thing, Valve. Either way, I should remind you that this game came out 13 years ago now. They also wanted to approach this game more like the Oracle's games, if you're familiar with those, and if you're not, go watch my reviews of them. This was actually a direct result to how terrible Twilight Princess's Overworld was, which was news to me, admittedly, but we haven't reviewed it yet, so who knows. Yes, start date. That was a very real possibility. At the very least, it probably would have died temporarily while everyone cooled down in the office. So Twilight Princess, terrible Overworld. So like, okay, I've got it. New idea. Rather than making an Overworld at all, why don't we make it just another dungeon? And this is why I mentioned the Oracle's games in particular, because if you remember, the Oracle's games have no overworld. All they have is dungeons and puzzles and combat sequences to get to the next actual dungeon, the next internal dungeon. So there is no actual overworld to speak of in those games. Same concept here. There's the 3 sections, and you're supposed to go through them multiple times, which is a trend for this point in era development-wise, because they did that in Phantom Hourglass too, but we'll see how much better or worse it does here. Either way. So naturally, they were having issues with that, though, because the player needed a way to get around, which wasn't just teleporting. I mean, that's not fun, right? Fast traveling. I've got it. Why don't we make Skyloft, which is this big, completely empty overworld? Huh. In all honesty, even the devs have acknowledged how completely devoid of anything Skyloft was. And it was very much on purpose, because this is funny to me. The mentality was that Skyloft, because you had such free roaming ability to fly around Skyloft, they couldn't put any puzzles or combat sequences because the player could just bypass it or attack it from any angle. And that's no fun. I mean, could you imagine playing a Zelda game where you have the total freedom to approach a puzzle from any angle and then solve it in your own terms? That would be terrible. I should mention I'm coming down pretty hard on this game. I'm not doing that on purpose. I just need to really make it clear how much derision I have for the dev teams during the creation of this game. I hope the game is actually good. Don't mistake me. Of course I do. It's just, goddamn, people. I can just imagine walking in the offices and seeing these people and just being like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, okay. Aonuma, so we're playing, obviously, this version right here, the Switch version. Aonuma himself has gone on record multiple times as saying how much he felt that Skyward Sword was an overcorrection of previous Zelda titles. And he specifically mentioned several things that he thought were huge mistakes, all of which have supposedly been fixed in this version. First is the controls, but second of all, Fi's constant interruptions is something he mentioned. He mentioned the excessive hand-holding in puzzle design and tutorialization. I didn't even remember this until I was doing research for this. In Skyward Sword, the original, NPCs would literally force conversations onto you. As soon as I read that, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. Like, you'd be walking around town and somebody would be like, hey, and they just force a conversation onto you. Now, they have a freaking talk bubble over their head, so you can actually say, oh, hey, I can actually talk to the NPC. The item description problem was really bad in both Twilight Princess original and in this game in particular. If you don't remember what I mean, like, okay, I got a 5 rupee. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. It's a 5 rupees. It gives you 5 currency. Cool. And then I save and I go to bed and I wake up the next day and I find a 5 rupee. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Because it would reset every time you reset the hardware. It would reset every time you load the save, actually, to be more accurate about that. And that was extraordinarily frustrating, to constantly have to mash through the text every single time that the item description popped up. Oh yeah, there were also unskippable cutscenes in the original, and you might think, oh, who cares, it's a Zelda game. There's over 2 hours of cutscenes in this game, which admittedly probably sounds low, but please think about how long 2 hours is, especially spread out across a whole game like this, and that's all unskippable, or at least it was back in the original. Yeah, it's low nowadays, which is sort of pathetic, honestly. But anyways. Oh yeah, this was firmly in the orchestral era of Nintendo, so we'll probably have the same orchestral soundtrack. Well, I hope that it's a good game, Roman Cure, because I have absolutely no idea. I cannot. I am physically incapable of separating the massive aggravation and frustration I have with this game to the game itself. At least, from memory, right? I have no idea if it's actually a good game or not, because it'd be like, what's a movie you really like, Roman Cure? Just for a second, like just think of one. You don't have to tell me. Think about watching that movie, but the whole time someone's got a knife, and every now and again, randomly, there's no pattern to it. They just slice your skin, and they just give you another cut right on your arm or right on your neck. And that's your experience with that movie, because that was my experience with Skyward Sword. Just this nonstop random irritation and literal physical pain. It's hard to remember the movie under that. You know what I mean? Thank you, Judo Joker, very much for your support. I do always and ever appreciate. Thank you. And I will write that down for Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Just trying to add to my workload here. Mercenaries, Playground, Destruction, and Siphon, Filter, Omega Strain. That was actually it, Judo Joker. It's 1 second per $5. That's the ratio I've used for a long time. If you want me to bow more, I can. More bowing. I will bow all the way down. Okay, my nose is now touching the keyboard. Is this sufficient, Judo Joker? Because I kind of can't... Oh, no, I could bow lower. Hang on, let me scooch back. Now I can go below the keyboard. Oh, God, I'm really getting down here. Is this enough, Judo Joker? I just realized I can't see your response if you're responding. Yeah. Okay. I'll type with my nose. How are the controls different for the Switch version? Good question. Let's find out. Oh, by the way, Judo Joker, just to make this very, very clear, any games funded, and this has been true for like a month or two, will not be played until after the move. So just as a heads up on that. Oh no, we'll find out, Javis. We'll find out. 10,000 years. Sorry. Get a glue trap, Just Rob TV. Leave it behind your shelf, someplace where you can access it, where you know the mouse is going to go. One dark, fateful day, the earth cracked wide, and malevolent forces rushed forth from the fissure. They mounted a brutal assault, this is loud, upon the surface people, driving the land into deep despair. They burnt forests to ash, choked the land's sweet springs, and murdered without hesitation. What, you mean like the last one we just played, Hira? Or the one before that, or the one before that? I don't know anything about it at all, Judo Joker. I couldn't even tell you the genre. They did all this in their lust to take the ultimate power protected by her grace, the goddess. No, not the three. There's just one now. Thanks for that. This is the beginning of the Hylia era, which we already talked about because Breath of the Wild continues that. The power she guarded was without equal. Handed down by gods of old, this power gave its holder the means to make any desire a reality. Such was the might of the ultimate power that the Old Ones placed it in the care of the goddess. To prevent this great power from falling into the hands of evil swarming the lands, the goddess gathered the surviving humans, those are not humans, on an outcropping of Earth. She sent it skyward, roll credits, but beyond even the reach of the demonic hordes, beyond the clouds. With the humans safe, the goddess disjoined forces with the land dwellers. This is really loud! And fought the evil forces, sealing them away. At last, peace was restored to the surface. We're gonna have to see if there's some volume controls when we get in there. This is a tale you humans have told for many ages, generation to generation. But there are other legends, long hidden away from memory, that are intertwined in this tale. Because it's all just legends, right? There's no timeline. Now, a new legend bound to this great story stands ready to be revealed. A legend that will be forged by your own hand. By Lunaruth's hand. What is the lore around Hylia? Good question. Hylia was invented for this game, and is only really present in 2 games that I know of. This, and Breath of the Wild. We've already covered Breath of the Wild, where she barely has any presence, so this is kind of it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Audio? Why would I expect audio options? Oh my god, that's just... yeah, okay. Well, let's at least do motion controls for now. And we'll see what we think of that. And then we'll change it in like 5 seconds after we give it a negative. Alright, so... no audio options. Of course there are. So we're just going to turn this down manual-like. And then turn this down so I'm not going deaf. There we go. It's at half volume for me now. Oh, for God's sakes. No. That'd probably be funny, but no. It's you! Kill me! I always knew you'd come for me. Kill me. Do you trust me? Kill me? Hey, kill me! Oh, hey, it's the final boss. The dumbest looking final boss in the entire franchise. How, Yura? How? I mean, I guess the real problem we haven't even seen yet. The toes. With inch-perfect precision and prepare for a new level strategic start play. The toes. Okay, I'm done. I gotta pull some enjoyment out of something. Give me a break. Give me a break. Alright, let's go fly some duckbills here. Oh my god, the bloom. Okay. Game, you gotta meet me halfway here. Oh my god, please tell me that's not the norm. Please tell me. I know there's no option to turn it off because I already looked at the options. God. Rise, Lord. The time has come for you to awaken. Oh, I guess I should hit the button. You are fated to have a great hand in destiny. You have no free will. You don't exist. You are just... all you... Rise, kill me. The time has come for you to awaken. Lore. Lore. Hey, sleephead, I know how much you like to sleep in, so I'm guessing this letter will be your alarm clock this morning. Did I guess right? Rise and shine, Laura. Today's the wing ceremony. You promised to meet me before it starts. Remember? Better not keep me waiting. Zelda. Rise and shine. Kill me! So... one of the things they had trouble with was how Zelda was just such a non-character in previous games. I don't know. What's it do, Omega Legion? Because that's what determines it. They were concerned because Zelda wasn't a character, and she was also always a princess who never had a pre-existing connection to Link. So they wanted to start changing that. And if you're paying attention, several of the games that we've already covered in this era actually do shift that. In Spirit Tracks, we're old friends with Zelda and have been for a while. That also kind of happened in Minish Cap, if you remember, although that predates all of this. And obviously we have a pre-existing relationship even in Breath of the Wild. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's already just horrific. There we go. Good. Turn that up. Oh, that's better. Okay. Yep, this is 13 years ago. Hell, the version of the game we're playing right now is now several years old. Fast travel is locked behind a paywall. Okay. So I don't actually know what you're referencing. So I'm gonna have to look it up. So hit the stream breaks. Let's see what's going on with this. I love stream breaks. Smells like victory. Yeah, I know it's the Loftwing Amiibo, but that's just Greek words to me. So I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Oh, okay. It's not actually fast travel. It's a town portal. For those of you who are not familiar with the functionality of a town portal, recall from anywhere to where you're going, return back to where you sent the moment you do so. If I have to explain where that turn comes from, then what are you doing watching me? I'll call it a negative. Only one, though. God, that pastel look.
Yeah?
Morning, Lore. Morning! Kill me! Today's the wing ceremony. Are you ready? All I'm saying is everyone else is out practicing the plaza, but you seem pretty relaxed about the whole thing. Of course, that crimson loftwing of yours is something special. I feel pretty confident riding him, too. My bird won the last ceremony, but even I don't think I can beat that red terror of yours. Of course, a bird's true speed isn't a race, always comes down to the skill of a rider. I'm something of a bird researcher around here, so, you know, if you ever find yourself in need of a bird expertise, come to old Pippet. Every morning. Kill. Funny little factoid about this game having a slow opening. So, it was actually a major concern for the developers, so they cut it down substantially. In fact, they almost cut several scenes which are actually in the final product, and I'll point out one of them in particular. But an overwhelming number of the developers were like, we can't cut all these scenes, they're too relevant. And they're like, but it's too long, it's too slow. We need to get the players into the action. And can I be honest for a second? This says a lot about how mired and stuck in their ways the Zelda developers are, but that they could not think of a way to inject gameplay into this intro speaks a lot to their issues they were having in the creation of this game. It's relatively easy. Yeah, I know, right, Rex? It's relatively easy to inject gameplay, even into this kind of a thing. Two of the common examples people tend to use for games that have really slow intros are Twilight Princess and Kingdom Hearts 2. Now, as it happens, I actually like both of those intros. But it's also worth noting both those intros get into gameplay pretty quickly. It's all tutorial land stuff, but there is still stuff to do. Twilight Princess, for example, teaches you how to sword fight, use items, and it gives you a basic understanding of how to interact with things and how to search for hidden objects, since finding rupees is actually one of the major early side quests, just like in Ocarina of Time, which pulls the same trick, by the way. Now, I'm not saying if this game does that or doesn't do that. I have no idea. Remember, someone's been cutting me with a knife the whole time, so I'm not 100% sure if this one actually pulls the same trick or not. I'm just saying, the fact that the devs flat out said, oh my gosh, we need to get to the gameplay, we can't have too much of an intro, is weird, because they've already pulled this trick off in a game that came out pretty much right before this one. progress. Bloop. Let's go talk to Kippora Gamora over here. Oh, sorry, this is Alan. My bad. Wrong guy. Final day of the wing ceremony is upon us. It's time to put what you've learned to use. All those practical skills I taught you, and all the academic prowess Instructor Horwell taught you. While we're at it, do you remember how to look around? Press this when you want to look around. I'm pressing it, but nothing's happening. Oh, there we go. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's awful. Alright, cool. No, Yura? Aw. Yeah, not every game can or indeed should be Doom. But you get my overall point, right? Gameplay can be put pretty early into a game, and honestly probably should be in most cases. Let me use another example. Final Fantasy VI actually has 3 extended cutscenes, 2 of which are skippable, before you actually get to gameplay. But that's it. You almost immediately start getting into the action and start figuring out the combat and the systems of the game, and the extended tutorial of the Narsh fights is all right there. You can get there inside of like 2 minutes.
Hey!
What? You're heading over to the plaza. Quickest way is out the front door on the ground floor. The exit on the top floor is still locked. Yeah, the combat's also a form of a hyper beam moment. Aha! I knew it, Yura. You were secretly lying to me. Behold the lies. I do appreciate that it's up to 60 FPS, by the way. I do legitimately like that. You know me. I'm not a big fan of... well, lower frame rate, for lack of a better way to put that. In Yura Tensei. I've been told several times I'm actually spoiled, I think is the word I want to use. You know, I grew up with the NES and the SNES, which were 60 FPS consoles. So that was the norm for me. I grew up with that. I adjusted to that. I developed with that. Then we hit the early 3D era, and the FPS went, no! Thank you for being part of the show, girl. I put that towards Ringo Ishikawa, NES block, Street Fighter 6. Good morning, Laura. Today's the big wing ceremony, right? I wanted to fly too, but I didn't make the cut, so I'm stuck back here at the academy. Thus, I've got to move these barrels over into the kitchen. I was hoping at least be able to cheer you on, but I guess that's the way it goes. Go wow him there, buddy. Yeah, sure thing. Oh, I can't move them for him. God, I already hate the controls so much. But yes, Omega Legion. I actually mentioned that earlier. I don't blame you for not listening to me. But it was one of the specific things that they toned down in both this and the HD versions of Wind Waker and Twilight. Where in the clouds is that Fledge boy? He's supposed to be bringing me barrels! Sometimes I just don't know what's going on in that boy's head. Girls. Or, in some cases, boys. In some cases, neither. In some cases, both. Where do you think you're going? Better clean that up. Oh, okay. You got it, Granny. I will clean it up just for you. Enough already, you little brat. Do that again, you'll be mopping soup stains for a week. Lady, I just tried to murder you. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, that jar is bigger than she is. That should probably have straight up killed her. Yeah, that's another thing. Where do they get clay? Where do they get wood, for that matter? Both of those would probably be not particularly common resources down here. Or, excuse me, up here. Kill me! Like, look at that wall. Look at all the staircases. What did you make this out of? Oh my god, I've never thought about that before. Where did they get the resources to build that giant... Okay, the statue was probably there beforehand, because that's part of the temple. I'll give you that. But, like, where did this come from? And what's really funny is, like, this is all probably new, right? But this isn't. So this makes sense. Like, shut up! This stuff actually existing here makes sense. Because this was here when they first were lifted up. But, like, the houses? Those look new. Stained glass windows? Lamps? What?
No.
Good morning to you. Kill me! Today's finally the day of the long-awaited wing ceremony. Are you feeling ready? Oh, I just remembered. There's something I'd like to ask you about. Target me. We're going to have a quick chat.
Ooh.
Excellent. Always remember you can target someone to talk to them easily. Even when there isn't anything to target, it's a convenient way to quickly face your view forward. Oh, but it's a little silly to carry on a conversation from this distance. Why don't you join me up here? Climbing tutorial. Oh, no, thankfully not, Dark Day, because the sky is pretty crap in this game, by memory. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, okay. Wow, that was... We're probably going to turn off the motion controls pretty fast, but I've got to at least try them out for a bit. Oh yeah, by the way, welcome to everyone's favorite introduction into gaming, the stamina bar. Get used to this sound, by the way. So, if you're paying attention, the stamina bar is actually worse than it is in Breath of the Wild. As much as I was not a fan of it in Breath, it's going to get more negatives here, and I mean that. First of all, the stamina bar was actually used to extremely good effect in Breath of the Wild as a form of your level, something I talked about extensively. Your combat capacity, your climbing capacity, your ability to glide farther. There were a lot of things that were directly and objectively, like demonstrably improved, measurably improved by having more stamina in Breath of the Wild. So getting more stamina had a tangible effect on your ability to interact with the world. That was good. The fact that it was used for running was bad. But even if you were doing running, check this out. Watch this. Now, if you paid attention there, that was a solid 2 seconds before the stamina started refilling after I stopped dashing. Dash, let go. Then it starts refilling. Do you see that nice long gap in there? That didn't exist in Breath of the Wild. In Breath of the Wild, the moment you stop sprinting, well, it's more like 30 frames, but within less than a second of you letting go of the sprint button, it immediately starts stamina refilling. In this game, you have to stop sprinting or using stamina pretty early. Notice it also goes down as you're just hanging here. This is another thing that Breath of the Wild improved. Because if you're just standing still in any spot in Breath of the Wild, your stamina pauses and doesn't drain. I'm pointing this out here because this is a good example of exactly how much better the stamina system was implemented in Breath, despite it still being kind of bad in that particular game. So, we're probably going to give multiple negatives to the stamina bar this time around. I have no idea, Dark Day. We'll find out. Oh, and just to show off what happens if you run out of stamina. The question we all have, Frieza, and I'm curious about your thoughts of this as well for everyone at home. Will this game break 100 in Golden Number? If it does, we will actually have a really solid string of good games in a row. Great games, actually, in a row. If it doesn't break 100, this will be the interruption. Because we had 4 Swords, LTTP, and Link Between Worlds. It's 3 back to back. And after this is Ocarina, Majora's, Wind Waker, and Twilight. All of which are almost assuredly going to break the 100 marker. This one, I have no idea.
Yo.
So what are you up to? Rushing to get some last-minute bird training practice in this morning? Kill me! Oh? You have someone to meet. Zelda's waiting for you, is she? Perfect timing, then. You see, Zelda's father, Headmaster Gibora, has a pet named Mia, and, well, she's scampered off again. 99.25. That would be funny. Do you see her? The headmaster is so busy working with Zelda preparing for the ceremony, I thought maybe I should feed her, but the ceremony's about to start, and I had to put on a fresh set of clothes, and... Will you help me go retrieve her? Hang on, can I just... There we go.
Ooh.
Fantastic. I know you're in a hurry, so I really appreciate you taking the time. Here's how climbing works. That is really slow. At the moment, yes, Venters, we are. We have to test it. This is a review. That's how that works. That's true, Loke. If it breaks 80, it's still a good game. But will it break 100? Will it hit the great territory? Come with me, little cat. This is not how you hold a cat. I'm just saying. Also, that's not what I would call a cat, but you know what? I'm going to let that one go. Nice work. You brought her back safe and sound. Sorry for troubling you with this. I know you're busy. Kill me! I suppose I should feed Mia now. Please tell me the headmaster that we found his pet. He should be up by the statue of the goddess. Because there's only one. Sorry. I'll let it go. I believe Zelda's there with him, so you should hurry along. Oh, I should give you this reward. You got money. This is also where you get stamina fruit.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Warning. Kill me. How's life? Did you manage to get even a wink of sleep last night? Figured you might have been tossing and turning all night thinking about the big ceremony today. What am I doing? Oh, just fixing this gate here. It's been squeaky lately and we can't have that on the day of the ceremony. Hey, you already forgotten to send your prayers to the goddess this morning, have you? Just face the bird statue over there. Say a short prayer to save your progress. Prayer of 9 saves lives or something like that. I don't know. Look, just save your game. Save your damn game. Oh, there we go. Just gonna say hello. Yes, I would like to save. So, okay. The bloom isn't terrible. It's not like as bad as it is in Wind Waker. But just to test something. Or breath. Oh my god. Link, you should take a break. Good morning, Lore. Sorry. What I mean to say is, of course, good morning. Kill me. And tell me that wouldn't work with that expression. I changed the contrast around a little bit, Yura. I could change it. I could make it even darker, actually. Check it out. Behold. But that looks terrible. Although, actually, maybe... That's going to screw with it. Hang on. I had it perfectly. Maybe if we change this around... Oh, that's a little bit better right there. Then even this out a little bit. Hey, Bionic Punk. And then we can make it soup. Behold! Oh, yeah, no, that's perfect, perfect. I'm glad to see my Lofton got you out of bed. I was pretty sure you'd sleep in and forget to feed me this morning. I'm sorry. I'll stop screwing with it. Wait, one more. What? What? I think I like this best. Right here. Look at this instrument. Look at this outfit. They're mine to use today at the ceremony, since I'll be playing the role of the goddess. Yeah. Aren't they beautiful? Especially this instrument. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the low roll version of Skyward. How do I reset this? Oh god. Reset. There we go. It sounds gorgeous too. I asked Father about it. He says it's called a harp. What's a harp? There we go. Now, is this better, Yura? Now she's got stars. Look at these clothes. I made this wrap myself, and I get to use it in today's ceremony. Man. Okay. Enough screwing around. Between the harp and this outfit, I'm going to make a great goddess today. I got you up early this morning because I wanted to be the first you to see me like this. Kill me! Don't clip that. It will make no sense out of context. How do I look? I think we all know the answer to that. I think so too, but it's nice to know you agree. Thanks, kill me. There you are, Zelda. Are you prepared for today's ceremony? Oh, hello, Father. Ah, Lore. You're here too. Outstanding. It's encouraging to see you up so early, given your capacity for sleep. No doubt today's ceremony had you excited to close your eyes. Too excited to close your eyes for once. If you win today's ceremonial race, you'll get to participate in the post-race ritual with Zelda. Oh, that's what we're calling it now, a post-race ritual. Yes, come Zelda, let us participate in a post-race ritual. Yes, about that. Father, I don't know if he can do it. Recently, Lore hasn't been practicing much at all for the ceremony. And even when he's out riding his lofting, he's just lazily gliding around, probably daydreaming. Yeah, Link is pathetic and terrible and awful. Why is this true in, like, every Zelda game? We saw this in A Link Between Worlds, too. Like, you're always this horrible, lazy layabout that nobody cares about. That happened in Phantom Hourglass, too, now that I'm thinking about it. And Wind Waker, technically. Like, why? What's with all the shade? You know what he's thinking. He's going to have to be in perfect control of his bird to win today. No need to worry yourself, Zelda, though you may have a point. Today's wing ceremony tests the skill of the rider as well as the bond of the bird. Victory will not come easily. I mean, what is this, Final Fantasy VIII? As you pointed out, I haven't seen him practicing as hard as the other students. But you've known him since you were both very little. You should know better than to fret about him. I'm going to jot down a negative for dialogue, and we'll see where that goes. This is not good writing. That's 3 instances of as you know in a row. Back to back, right there. You see, Lore and his Loftwing share a special connection. I've never seen anything quite like it. Like, this is some clunky exposition. Oh my god! As you know, each of us in Skyloft is but one half of a pair. It's right there on screen. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. We are only made whole by our Loftwings, the guardian birds that the goddess bestows upon each of us as a symbol of her divine protection. When we are young, every one of us meets our Loftwing under the great statue of the goddess. It's quite a big moment, as I'm sure you recall, because you've done it too! Everybody's done it! This is... Okay. I'm gonna let that go. No, I'm not. So, here's the thing. If you're having trouble, if you're concerned about the intro going too slowly, maybe throw out some of the completely needless and unnecessary exposition in order to get to the good stuff. There's the thing called editing you've probably never heard of because I don't know why. Because most writers have never heard of editing. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get off on a tangent. But yeah, you don't need to show to be like, here's how loftwings are and all that. Like, okay. What's the information being conveyed right now? Link is doesn't try as hard as the others. Okay. We have a ceremony when we're young to connect us to our loftwings. We're bonded to them, and it's like a big religious thing. I think is probably the third bit. Okay. I could convey all of that in 10 seconds with a cutscene. Maybe 20 if I want to take my time with it. I could probably get it down to 18 seconds, though. Check this out. Laura's just flying around, doing his thing, and he's just like this, right? He's on the back of the loftwing, not really trying, and the loftwing's just kind of lazily. And he looks over to the side, and he sees several other people who are, like, much more serious. They're sweaty, right? They're like, oh, man, we got to do this. We got to fly. Yeah. Whoa. One of them makes a mistake. Ah, but the other, he recovers. Okay. And Link's just like, and just goes back to closing his eyes. And then the camera pans away from him, and we see there's a young child who is currently being, like, hesitant. You know, the child's hesitant and looking around, like, nervous. And someone who is obviously their parent or caretaker is like, don't worry, it's okay. No words, no dialogue. Just, it's okay. You're going to be fine. And kind of scooch the child forward. And then we pan the camera over, and we see the child is meeting a young loftwing. And the camera pans up a little bit, and we can see the statue of the goddess right there. Boom, boom, boom. In 2 shots, I can accomplish all of the exposition that's on display here without a single word of dialogue. Oh, and the Link's bird is special? That's easy. His is the only one that's red. No, I'm serious. Simple visual storytelling. We've in the shot I just proposed, we would see at least 5, maybe 6 loftwings. None of them are red. But have repeat colors, that's important. So have multiple blues, multiple yellows, multiple greens, whatever the other colors are, right? But only one red. There you go. Boom. You don't need to say, as you know, you are someone who eats food periodically. And, as you are aware, you do not like having too much salt in your food. It gives you indigestion. No, just show the goddamn red loftwing and never say it out loud. But just make it clear, there's only one. The player will pick up on it. We're not idiots. But that first meeting between Lore and his loftwing was extraordinary. The bird that came to him was a crimson loftwing. It's a breed so rare that we've said it twice now. Yes, the boy and his bird seemed to share a profound connection from the moment they met. Do you recall when Kill Me and that loftwing of his first met? What a sight. The little boy just hopped up on that bird and gracefully flew away without even a moment of instruction. They were meant for each other. You know what? Okay, so he's a prodigy at flying. Sure. Let's add a third cutscene to the earlier proposed ones. So, hey, he's lazily flying. There's people trying really hard. Camera cuts over to the kid meeting the first loftwing. And then as it cuts back, jump cut back to Link laying like this. And he's still got his eyes closed. And he hears something like, ah! And that's our first bit of voice acting, the whole thing. Someone's screaming. He gets up and he looks over, and someone has fallen off their loftwing, and their loftwing is, like, not going to catch him in time. Link immediately rotates around, grabs his loftwing, and just zooms right in and grabs him just like that. Boom. We now understand that Link knows exactly what he's doing on the back of that bird and can just fly it so much better than anyone else, despite the fact that he doesn't really have to try because he is so well connected to it. Done. I don't want to say thank you for that sub, Vandalia, because that's a terrifying thing to hear. I am so sorry. As someone who has lost most of my family at this point, I understand completely, and I am very sorry for your loss. Judging by how jealous you were on that day, I'd say the friendship you shared with the bird didn't go unnoticed by you, my dear. As you know. Meanwhile, Link is just ahead in the clouds. You might say he was Skyward. Who can blame you? I'm sure you weren't the only one envious of the powerful bond shared by Lore and his bird. Anyone who's a part of something special has been... This contest is nothing to laugh at, Father. The ceremony is part of the final test for those training to become Knights of Skyloft. Game, I don't want to keep beating you up. That's not something I want. I want you to be good. Like, I want you to be a good game. I want you to break the 100 marker. Could you please stop sucking so badly for 5 seconds? I just... Alright, jotting down some thoughts while I'm there. Yeah. If Lord doesn't fly fast enough during the race, what if Lord messes up his big chance? What if he's not allowed to become a knight? Calm down, my dear. It will be fine. Honestly, it's almost as though you became a completely different person when you worry about Lore. We need, like, a shorthand. Just negative to dialogue, moving on. Negative to dialogue, moving on. Lore, you better fly your heart out today. At the very least, you need to squeeze in a little practice before the race. Come on, you'll thank me later. As you know, your name is Zelda. Here, go on. Jump off the edge. Call your lofting. It's almost time for the ceremony, so try to practice seriously for once. Huh? Oh, yeah? You can't sense your bird out there? Oh, I get it. You're trying to weasel out of having to practice. Nice try, but you're not fooling me. Off you go. His bird sure is taking a long time to get here. Get in there, kill me. I've got you. You're too old, right? I'm sorry, friend. I didn't need to push you so hard. You didn't sprain your wing, did you? This is very odd, Lore. What could have possibly happened to your loft wing? For a bird to ignore the call of his master, it's unheard of. And you still can't sense your bird nearby, huh? That's quite a problem, especially considering the wing ceremony was about to start. Lore, when you said you couldn't sense your lofting, I should have believed you. I'm sorry. No, that's okay. Actually, see, in total contrast to most of the garbage that's been happening so far, that was a decent little cutscene. It introduces a problem immediately. It starts off like it's going to be a tutorial, but instead actually jukes it a little bit. And now we have a dilemma. Where the hell's our bird? And if we just did an editing pass on the dialogue up here, this would have actually worked pretty tightly. Forgive me for going off on this one more last time. Just 15 more times. Just give me 15 more times. One of the things I talk about a whole lot is the concept of the cold open. Now, cold open doesn't quite apply to games in the same way, but it's a very important concept when it comes to television. This also applies, and there's a reason I'm so harsh about intros, right? You want your intro to do a lot, and it needs to do it a lot in a very short period of time. You want to catch your player, your reader, your viewer, whatever, right? Cold open is one of the very important things about that, and one of the best types of cold opens you can do is the type that immediately prompts a question. Don't answer the question. That's important. Just have that question sit there and be like, huh? So, from the perspective of that concept, this actually works pretty well. What the hell? Where the hell's our bird? If it wasn't for the absolutely atrocious dialogue that just slogged the opening like a giant pile of marmalade smeared all over everything, this would actually be pretty tight. It's like, okay, I'll just go over. Whee! And she shoves us, and then our bird doesn't show up. Hell, they could have opened with this, to be completely honest with you, because all of their reactions tell us all it needs to. They don't actually need to exposit everything they just said. She's like, all right, go get some practice in. Shove. We go plummeting. We whistle. Nothing happens. Oh my god, where's his bird? She flies down to save him. That's all we need. All of the context clues are right there to figure out most of the information that was just conveyed to us. And now we have a question. Where the hell's our bird? I need to tend to my own lofting. I'll catch up with you later. Better go ahead and see if you can find where your bird is gone. Listen, considering the entire series, as you know, Lunaruth, how did it get so late? If I recall correctly, this year Instructor Howell is presiding over the ceremony. Lore, kill me. You should go explain the situation to him. See if he's willing to delay the race a little bit so you can find your bird. And now we have a dilemma to solve. Cool. Yeah, that's a good point. This is a very visual storytelling, M-rated game. How are kids going to figure anything out? Father, if you're the headmaster, if Lore asks Instructor Howell, he'll probably just come out to talk to you about it. Quite true. As usual, you make an excellent point, my dear. Very well, I'll explain the situation to him myself. Lore, run along and tell Instructor Howell to come see me in my quarters. Or you could do that. Jesus Christ, game. You just... what? Don't worry. I'll be sure to explain your predicament to Instructor Horwell. Go find him and ask him to meet me in our quarters. While we chat, why don't you go ask some of the other students about your bird? I seem to recall a few of them were gathered near the plaza. Down at the south of Skyloft, there's a part with the plaza, which will be marked right there. Oh god. Oh god, it's doing this thing. Ah. Have you read a map before? I'm gonna let that go. Laura, I'm going to tend to my bird to make sure he's not hurt. I'll catch up with you later. Oh yeah, and by the way, negative to brickwork. I'm joking, but that would be funny. You know I like to talk about grass, right? This is not great grass, in my honest opinion. It's not bad. I'm not actually giving it a negative. That'd be silly. But in all honesty, this is... It's random splotches of color. And the only reason I'm going to give it a pass is because it is a decent color spread. That's it. Just commenting on it. Moving on. It is much better than Secret of the Stars. Oh god, I'm actually turned around. Okay, yeah, no, this way, this way. Hey, Ross. Or should I say, hey, kill me! It is decently stylized. And, like, they do some good stuff, like here. You can see how the implication here is that the grass has been slowly building over the brick, which gets across a little bit of visual storytelling about how old some of these buildings are. Okay, cool, I'm with that. But the actual bricks themselves, much less impressive. I mean, look at that. That's sad, actually. That is way too repeated of a pattern and way too obvious about how repeated it is. Look at that. And even if I ignore that, the patterning of... So, okay. Something I talked about before, and I don't remember the term. Yura can probably tell you. It's when you don't show all the details. What game? Ah! It's when you don't show all the... Why is that still glowing? It's when you don't show all the details, you just imply details. But unfortunately, that doesn't work here. Just showing those random dark bricks in the brickwork just makes it look like someone came by with a stamp and just stamped on the side of the brick. By contrast to that, if you look at the bottom, these bits down here, where it looks like the, I forget what it's called, but the outer layer of the wall has started breaking away. And so you can see the cobblestone underneath the smooth stone. That works for me. That's a much better usage of the same general technique. But the stamps up top don't work at all. Plaster, thank you. Like, I'm sorry, look at this. Look at this pattern. In case you thought I was being too focused, look at that wall right there. It really does look like someone just came by with a brush. Look Flowers are nice, though. Sorry, I know everyone hates it when I talk about bricks. I'll stop. Don't men open doors for a lady more? How long am I supposed to stand here waiting for a little chivalry? Her name is Karan. Oh, it's you, Lore. Say, you look all flustered. Did something happen? What? You can't find your loft wing? I don't know what to tell you. I've been here at school the whole time. Sorry, to keep talking about this for just 1 second, look at that texture right there. In fact, actually, I can go in first-person mode, can't I? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. No, stop, stop, stop. I'm not trying to... Okay, hang on, hang on. Oh, my God. Okay, there we go. So look at that texture for a second. There we go. I think I've got it static. That's terrible. Let me just start with that. Let me just start. But you can see the little circle here. I can actually demonstrate a little bit. It's clearly mirrored too. Like you could see the line where it's actually patterned on the middle there. And so it's just that texture is actually the only real texture here. And mirroring is a time-honored tradition, and a lot of good-looking games do this. This is not a good application of this. It's just too damned obvious. I mean, look at that. Even from a distance, you can immediately see that it's got that kind of weird mirrored pattern going on. But again, even if I ignore the mirroring, that just doesn't look good. It looks like a bunch of splotches of, like, clay or something. It's weird. And when I get up close, well, then it looks like this. God, this is the HD version? What did this look like on the Wii? Do I have the HD? Is the HD a toggle? Do I not have HD on? Oh, okay. Okay, whatever. Oh my God, no, that's a plot point. It's a plot point. Link is farsighted. Okay, I swear I'm going to stop nitpicking this game at some point. But does anyone else feel like this is a BioWare game? Look at that run animation. Like, really look at this. Anyways. Oh God, the sprint just speeds it up. It's actually the exact same animation cycle. Oh my God. What? But that's his... Okay. Thank you! Sorry. Yeah, I forgot the indoor sprint is just not. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to give a negative for that. I can't remember. Did we give a negative to Dragon Age for that? Because the sprint animation in Dragon Age is pretty terrible. I legitimately don't remember. For a loft wing to ignore its master's call, something must be very wrong. Have you talked to Instructor Horwell? Yeah, I was trying to... Okay, cool. Well, we're talking to everybody, so... Yeah, in Mass Effect 1, the sprint animation... was it Mass Effect 1, actually? The one where it's like... with very few frames in between the two sides. You're not still wandering around the academy, are you? What? Your loft wing will come when you call for it. Why would a guardian bird not come when it's called? You know, I've never heard of this happening before, so I can't even tell you what you're doing wrong. But a good senior never hangs an underclassman out to dry. We'll figure this out together. Go to the plaza. Cool. No, I would say... So, we were talking about this yesterday, I believe, where there's a distinction between... Well, that might work, Darkrai, if I had access to my computer at the time, but part of the point of, pushing the streaminations up is because there's a really good chance I'm going to spend days, weeks, or months without access to my computer soon. So rather than even, try, I'm probably just going to nope out of that. Anyways, at least he actually has a sprint animation here. Red Mage. So we were talking yesterday, and I didn't say this out loud, but I think the distinction between a Red Mage and a Paladin is a Paladin is a melee-focused person who tends to have magical abilities to augment them, and a Red Mage is a magical-focused individual who tends to have melee abilities to augment them. Link strikes me more as a Paladin, not just because he is sword and board, but because he is far more focused on the melee side of aspects. Hold up, Lore. Hey, kill me! Could you help me with something? All I have to do is dash and roll into the tree. Sure, I know how to roll. It's a left-hand waggle? Oh my god, it's a freaking waggle control. You did it! A Sky Stag Beetle, wait up! Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. Did you get it? My Sky Stag Beetle. So close. Oh well. To catch it, I need a bug net anyway. I hadn't thrown out I hadn't thrown out the one I bought at Beale's Air Shop. Yeah, by the way, before you think of being too harsh to the NPCs and them being hideously ugly, I should probably mention they're pretty ugly in Twilight Princess too, and I actually like Twilight Princess. By memory, I like Twilight Princess. I'm gonna laugh if Twilight Princess scores badly. Yeah, the NPCs are butt ugly in Twilight Princess. Remember the guy who runs the Kuko game out at the lake? I hope so too, Rex. Not a lot of people understand this. I don't want to not like a game. I don't want a game to review badly, or perhaps more accurately, I don't want a game to be worthy of reviewing badly. So we'll see. That's a good point. What's their population size here? Do they have inbreeding concerns? I mean, obviously there's some MMO scale going on, but that's one end of the city, and that's the other end of the city, right over there. Well, no, Dark Day. I want Secret of the Stars to be a good game, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a bad game.
Hi.
Hey, Lore. Hiya! Kill me! Nice breeze today, huh? Perfect for the ceremony. Anything will win. I guess Groose is a strong contender. The winner will get blessed by a village girl chosen to represent the goddess. How romantic. Such a beautiful day, but we're too busy to enjoy it. Some things never change.
Ooh.
Isn't that the truth? The only thing my lug nut of a son is good for getting grease on is getting grease on his shirt. All I do is laundry, laundry, laundry. It never ends. Yeah, tell me about it. I hear you, and I'm terrible at washing clothes. I wish I could get someone to do it for me. We've invented droids. I mean, that's true, Dean Bedeen. But most Zelda towns aren't on a freaking island in the sky. It's not hard to imagine. Obviously, there is some scale issues going on here, but at the same time, how big is the population up here? Because it's got to be just over the line, you know what I mean? Even if this is the size of, say, I don't know, New York City, that's a bad example. Even if this is the size of, we'll say, the greater Houston area, right? Which is pretty big. Is that enough people to sustain a population over time? I'm kind of legitimately asking. It's a weird situation. Because this is, limited resources is what I would call this. Yeah, it's like the Wind Waker thing. The Wind Waker Islands are pitifully minuscule, but they're on an ocean, and an ocean provides tons and tons of resources, and there are other islands out there, so I don't question that, because that makes sense. This is in the sky. Where do they get food? 2,000. Okay, so they're fine then, Dream Whisperer. They're fine. right over here. Yeah, actually, that's another question. Where's the water coming from? Now I'm really thinking about this. Where is the water coming from? Because... So hold on. Now you got me thinking now. You done and did it, Dean Badine. You made me think about the world building. If there is a source of infinite water that's generating water, which I'm not going to question. I can buy that. So if there's an infinite source of water, where is this going? Like, obviously, it's not going to flood the world immediately, because I understand how volume works. But at the same time, like... Are we over the ocean here? Well, no, we're not. We actually know that definitively. So, yeah, we're just kind of providing an infinite source of flooding for whatever's immediately below us. Yeah, we're generating and slowly rising the level of Lake Hylia. Okay, so it looks like that island up there is the source of all of it, because this lake goes out that way, and then this way. So, hang on. So, those two waterfalls provide for these 3 waterfalls. And that's it. Can I get up there? No, I can't get up there because I can't fly yet. Remind me to go up there later. Remind me to go and see what's up there, because now you got me thinking. I'm going to steal this pumpkin. I'll steal this cat. It's my cat now. So, the very first thing I did in this game when I was playing this back in the day is... Now, for those of you not aware, that's what happens when you do that. I thought that was actually hysterical that they bothered to program that. That they actually designed that and built that into it. And that also serves as a reset for its spawn points, so you can interact with the quest later. If you jump off here, I'll just show you. Because we don't have a flight right now, right? So we... Watch your step there. You can't always depend on knights like me to swoop in and save you. So apparently that's the job of the knights of Skyloft. Catching people like us.
Hi.
Hi, kill me. This house belongs to Kukil. Psst, by the way, that's me. I want to go play with my special friend today. It's going to be so much fun. You have your own house. Okay. It does, Rex. I'm with it. Good use of military budget. Oh, yeah, by the way, stamina thankfully isn't a thing for swimming. There's air to consider. Just have to remember how to dive. Apparently we do not have the ability to go below the water. Okay. So we're playing Ocarina now. I love how they knew stamina was a problem, so they put these fruits strategically throughout the course of the entire area, rather than just fixing the stamina. Alright, let's go meet everyone's favorite character in the game. You know, gross. That sure was a pain, with all the scratching and the packing. Of course it was. You thought a big crimson laughing like that was going to go down without a fight? Is this song just copy-pasted from Wind Waker? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. We've got him, and I don't care how tough those birds are supposed to be. He's not getting out of that pen anytime soon, boys. Whoa! Kill me! Yeah. How long have you been standing there? What's your problem, anyway? Oh, wait, I got it. You're here to talk about today's race. I can see it in those dopey eyes of yours. Glass houses, Gruz. They're pleading, "Oh, Gruz, can you please find it in your heart to let me win today, please?" You're just desperate to win so you can get some alone time with Zelda up at the statue of the goddess at the end of the ceremony. No, I can do that any day, Gruz. Well, sorry, pal. Gruz doesn't do charity for wimps. My advice? Work hard, wish with all your heart. You might even come in second. Say, come to think of it, how come I don't see your bird? Where is that scruffy pile of red feathers? I can't imagine what could have happened to him. Do you think his tiny brain got all confused by the clouds and got lost? Nice hair. You lay off my dude right now or I'll flatten you. Everyone knows I've got the slickest pompadour in town. You know, we're all getting tired of how you never let anyone forget you and Zelda go way back. You've been friends since you were kids? Big deal. Doesn't change the fact that you float through life with your head in the clouds. Would you wake up, straighten up, and grow a backbone already? Dopes like you are dragging our honored academy through the mud. And just who might you be talking about, Gruz? Oh, the girl. Yeah, I can't do Warburton, but that's totally what I'm trying to channel for Gruz here. Zelda, hey, no, girl. Don't even try it, Gruz. You're picking on Lore again, aren't you? He's a student at the academy, like all of us. Why do you insist on bullying him around so much? Yeah, I suppose. What? You suppose? Suppose what? I suppose you, forget it. I wasn't supposing anything, okay? Okay, we're out of here, boys. Later, Lore. Hope you find your bird, or else you're gonna have to sit out today's race. Bye. I love the pose. I love the poses. That could be a major setback towards knighthood. So find that bird and get real used to the taste of failure. It's your special flavor. And they're dead. Hate to say it, but I'm going to suspect those blockheads had something to do with your Loftwing's disappearance. Laura, those guys aren't going to help us find your bird, so we better start searching. I'll fly around Skyloft, see if I can spot any trace of your bird. Father said he'd... talk to Instructor Horwell about delaying the start of the wing ceremony, so don't worry. We'll find your bird in time. God. And she's dead. This game would be so much more interesting if every time someone jumped over the edge, they're just dead. Sorry, Biotic, sorry. I do like childhood friend Zelda. After all, that's what I liked about Minish Cap. And Spirit Tracks, actually. Or not Spirit Tracks, sorry. One of them did that. Or was it just Minish Cap? Yeah, no, Spirit Tracks didn't do that. You're right. Just kill my wrist here. Maybe it was just Minish. Okay, whatever. But the goddess's song... Let's sound the goddess's song beneath the light's radiance, and to her chosen hero shall fall a piercing ray of guidance. Okay. Now, in Breath, we were assigned to her after winning a tournament. Let's What's up? You seem to be in a hurry. Oh, your unusual cribs and loftwing? I haven't seen him? Sorry. Why don't you look for him by the statue? Okay. The statue is over here. You should know because you were just there! Hey, Jatoho. I'm glad you didn't show up earlier. Oh, and just to be boring for a second. Obviously, I'm playing it up a little bit for the sake of comedy, but to be honest, the dialogue so far has legitimately been pretty bad. I'm not actually, like, being facetious or playing that up. I am a little bit shocked. I had no memory of how bad some of this initial dialogue is. I hope it smooths out, because holy crap. On the plus side, and you'll notice I've actually already given this plus, the animation is legit. That cutscene we just saw with Zelda and Groose, that was actually really good. So, credit where credit is due. Hi, Giga. Yeah, way too many as you knows in a row. Hey, Laura, I was just looking for you. Heard your lofting's gone missing, so I thought I'd join the search. And get this, when I asked Fledge what he knew, he started acting weird. I'm so sorry, Laura. I really wanted to tell you, but if Groose found out I told you... Sounds like Groose forced him to keep quiet about it. Go on, tell him the truth. Just a little while ago when I was cleaning the dining hall, Groose and his buddies came in. They didn't notice I was there and started talking about their plan to hide your loftwing. I wanted to warn you, Laura, but just as I tried to sneak away, Groose and his gang grabbed me. They said if I told you, they'd make sure I would never be able to ride a bird again. Sounds like Groose and his buddies had a plan to capture a bird and hide him near a water. Oh my god! A waterfall. I mean, that did show up in Breath of the Wild, Omega Legion. Like, there was a fairly substantial issue in the ending of Breath of the Wild, and completely changes the meaning of it, thanks to a small localization glitch. I can't help being such a coward. I'm really sorry. I accept your life as punishment. Alright, now that we've murdered him, one more thing. What? You're going after the waterfall. Remember, there's some dangerous things. You'll need a sword. I think I saw the Knight Commander going to the sparring hall a while ago. You should go ask him if you can borrow. What is this? What does Y do? What is that noise indicating? Oh yeah, then there was the curse, which was mistranslated too, but that isn't what I was talking about. That's the recenter. Why does that have an audio cue? I had it earlier and I was like, oh, because I'm just an idiot, because my first thought was, oh, that's the sword swing. So you still want to get some sword practice, even though today's the wing ceremony. I am impressed. The sword's in the back room. Go get it. I guess that's fair. You got a junk. Oh, Jesus S. Christ. Oh, God. Yeah, okay, okay. What game? Sarsaparilla, Dark Day. Okay, so slices are pretty easy, which that tracks. Sure. Make sure to know that one. You literally can't beat the game without that ability. Why does everyone keep pushing back against my pointing out their bad world building? I've seen Dean and Yura both do that. That's such a weird thing to do. Do you mind explaining yourself? Don't mind. Earlier I was talking about the water, and you said, does it matter? And I was talking about, like, the logs and the clay and all that, and you said, does it matter? Like, okay. If I have to make my point, which I'm admittedly weirded out that I have to do here. Well done and well-reasoned internal consistency with regards to things like culture, economics, resources, construction, that kind of thing. All the underpinnings, the boring stuff underneath the framework of the game adds a bit of extra flavor and variety to things. It's the kind of thing that I usually give positives for when they bother to think about why things exist the way they do and how much of an impact that would have on their day-to-day life. Spirit Tracks of all games actually did pretty good about this. The usage of the actual rails themselves, the Spirit Tracks, as well as the nature of how the trains kind of became the default method of connection and communication throughout that game, was good. That was actually pretty cool, the way they tied that into the world building of that setting. That's neat. In this case, this is kind of the opposite direction, because all I'm thinking as I'm constantly looking around is, why does any of this exist the way it does? Something I've noticed a lot of fiction will do, and I've used this comparison before, so forgive me for repeating myself here, is if you have a story set within the Ottoman Empire 400 years ago, but everyone has cell phones. That makes no sense. And the more you think about it, the less sense it makes. Because simply having access to this kind of instantaneous communication device implies a lot in terms of manufacturing, in terms of networking, in terms of communication, in terms of how exactly that communication is propagated. But no, everyone just has phones and they just work. Don't think about it. And you can see how that just is irksome. It's the opposite of world building, it's world destruction. Make sense? And yeah, obviously, this is kind of a barrier thing. All fiction doesn't make sense. That's why it's fiction. That's how it works. And there's always that ever-important suspension of disbelief. Because we all have to suspend our disbelief. Right? Like, that just works perfectly and adequately here. Excuse me. God, I can't talk. But as I look around this world, all I do is find myself with my suspension of disbelief constantly being broken in all directions, because they're on islands in the sky where water is being infinitely and magically generated, and it's just being dumped out into the river. Among other things. There's a few other details as we go. And that's my point. That's why I brought up the cell phones thing. They wanted to have your typical medieval town with your typical medieval trappings, and they didn't think about what that means. If they're up here in the sky, they probably should have thought about that. They probably should have thought, what kind of society would exist in the clouds? What kind of architecture would exist in the clouds? How would their food cycle work? How would their food cycle actually impact their day-to-day lives? There's all kinds of extra little bits of flavor and lore and pluses to story that could be added to the game if they sat down and they thought about it, but they didn't. And that makes perfect sense. After all, as I've pointed out already, and I don't blame you if you didn't listen to this, the entire Skyloft sequence wasn't built when this game was being designed. This town was probably not designed to be on islands in the sky. They probably chopped those islands off when they decided to add Skyloft as the connective tissue when they failed to make the overworld work. So, this is probably a consequence of the extensive and very contentious development cycle that they already had. What? Actually, yeah, Skies of Arcadia is a much better example of doing this kind of a thing and actually leaning on it a little bit. Skyloft was probably made magically, and probably in a way that effectively involves a wish, to use a D&D term. But that doesn't mean you don't have to think about it. You could spend some time and effort thinking about, well, okay, how does this work? And, I mean, we could just do this right now, like I was just doing earlier with the cutscenes. Okay, so magic, you know what? You know what I would do? Talking about the water for a second. I would have there be a big old... hang on, I gotta get to a point where we can actually see the damn thing. There we go. So you see that island over there, which, near as I can tell, is the source of all the water on the island. Have there be just a portal up above it. And that's it. It's just a portal that's just sitting there, doing its own thing. And it's pouring out water out into the... You probably don't even see that unless you go up there, but it's there, right? And that's kind of all you really need to see, because at that moment, the brain can fill in the rest of the holes. Ah, okay, this water is being portaled in from somewhere else. And if you want to really go into it, if you want to really be cool, what I would do is I would add another portal down. So that as it's going down into the clouds, it's being recycled back up, and there you go. We now have the idea and the concepts of, hey, the water is literally being looped into a closed system. It's all being self-repeating. It also helps to get across the idea that Skyloft is completely divergent from the world below. That the clouds are not a visual barrier to the ground, but a physical barrier. In fact, one of the things I would actually do is I would add a scene somewhere where someone does go over the edge and the knights don't catch them in time. And so, as they realize that, like I would have a line of dialogue, we're not going to get him. Swoop up to the top. And as they realize they're not going to catch this kid, or whoever it is, they go right back up to catch the kid when the kid comes out from the sky. And in that quick and immediate thing, we now can tell that the cloud below is a magical barrier preventing us from accessing the world below, because you cannot go through it. This would also add to a bit of the significance of later when we actually do penetrate the barrier and go down to the world below. Stuff like that, right? But they didn't think about it. Probably because this wasn't designed from the beginnings when they were first setting out the initial scenario. I hate to keep pointing to that, but that probably is the source of most of these little minor, hiccupy kind of complaints. I stole my sword. I stole my sword. Now, I will address one other thing really quickly. I will go ahead and say very, very bluntly that a work of fiction using the defense, it's a tale, not a story, is not something I consider to be a very valid defense. I do know that exists, and I kind of don't care. Because I understand that a tale is not supposed to make sense, and I understand that a tale is not supposed to be self-consistent. But I kind of don't care. And that's really the simplest and easiest way I can put that, because at that point, what it boils down to is, does it bother me? Does it bother me that that little problem is there? Is it something that is a negative to story? Something that actually reduces the enjoyment of the narrative? And in most cases, the answer to that is probably going to be yes. Just because you did it on purpose doesn't magically make it okay. Look at this thing. Who knows how long this statue's been here? It's only got one eye. Poor thing. By the way, you can use this button to look around. Thanks, dude. That's a weird thing to say, but cool. No, we're not off the Switch controls yet, although I suppose I can. Yeah, it's true. We need to try out the flight controls. We'll think about that. We'll think about that. Beware of blood-sucking monsters. No kids allowed. Right, there we go. I don't care about the logs in the training room, no. But, having said that, I do think Skyloft is the kind of thing that might actually get a negative to story. And I do mean that, with total sincerity. I think it's ill thought out. And I think it actually detracts from my enjoyment of the game as a whole. That's what a negative to story is. You notice I've dropped all levity here to try and make it clear that I'm not trying to be joke or meme or whatever. I'm not trying to bash a game just because it caused me pain back in the day. I legitimately think Skyloft is not very well thought out. I'm not asking for total perfection. I'm not asking for Lord of the Rings. Whoa, 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 whoa. For every single story ever. Because that's insanity. That's true, Blade Travel. More negatives to story. Just because. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I guess the nicest way I can respond to that, Blade Travel, is I really, really don't care. If the only defense that a creator can use for dumbing down their work is people are stupid, I don't really find that to be a particularly strong defense. It's the kids are dumb, therefore kids shows should be dumb argument all over again. I've never agreed with that, ever since I was a kid. And of course now, you've got me thinking about like how exactly I would make a Skyloft work, because, I mean, there's plenty of ways, right? That's the interesting thing. That's what makes it so cool, is there's all kinds of different ways we can make Skyloft a functional place, society, culture. Hell, economy. Why do they even have rupees up here? Maybe they don't have rupees up here. Or maybe rupees have some kind of, like, tangible use up on Skyloft, other than just being a medium of currency, right? Stuff like that. Like, there's so much you could do. And they don't do any of it, because it's just a Zelda game. Because they didn't think about it. Now, to totally contrast my entire point, this is actually a pretty decent little intro section here. You notice we've had at least 2 types of enemies which require a very different approach in order to fight them. And we've got little bits of grass, which we can now go over. We've got a little pseudo-climbing section we had. We've got this little thing which requires the dashing. It's a whole tutorial thing. And I'm with that. What I'm not with is the fact that that takes stamina. That attack. God, that takes a huge chunk of stamina, too. Climbing, by the way. Oh no, that would be interesting. What if the rupees are literally batteries? Magical batteries, and that's how they generate things like the water and the trees and all that. Like, I can actually picture a scene where someone wanders over and just starts planting some rupees next to a sapling, and the tree just kind of goes and grows right there on the spot. Just have that happening in the background. Or if you really want to shove it in your face, to accommodate Blade Travel, make it something so that, you know, it's right there on display. Like, hey, we're about to grow this. Step back. Plant, plant, plant. You know, something like that. No, this is good combat tutorialization. This is a good little tutorial sequence. I actually rather like this. Yeah, exactly, Bionic. Different rupees have different levels of power. They're just using little green rupees to grow the trees. And yeah, of course, we've got the magic armor over in Twilight Princess, which literally drains rupees in order to keep yourself invincible. Yeah, I realized halfway through that sentence that I was basically describing magicite. Or crystals from FF14 if you prefer, but same concept. What, Zelda? What? Hey, you should take a break! Damn it, Link Between Worlds! Hey, Laura, I was hoping to find you here. I'd heard you'd gone searching for your bird around the waterfall, so I thought I'd look around to help. How's your search going? Any sign of your loftwing? Oh, no. Well, let's not lose hope yet. There's a place up ahead that Groose and his gang are always hanging around. Maybe we'll find something there. Huh? What? Who's that? Who's calling for me? Oh, sorry, Laura. I got distracted from it. Oh, yeah, by the way. Nice view of that over there. We'll be going to that later, but I do like that they have that right on display, right? So we've got that for later. For people who are paying attention. Unlike Blade Triple. I'm sorry. I'm poking fun. I'm actually in a good mood. I hope that's getting across at least a little bit. Let me make my point finally in one succinct sentence, because I'm not sure. No, I remember that on Regulation. I'm not sure if the world destruction on display is worthy of a negative. I haven't decided yet. That's why it's in a question mark. At least it should be a question mark. It's in question marks. Cool. But it's definitely not a plus to story. And I'm going to use the example I've already used very succinctly. Spirit Tracks. In Spirit Tracks, they actually thought about the Spirit Tracks, the train rails, and how they affect and change the nature of the culture, the economy, and how they even interact with the world around them. That's cool. The fact that they bothered to think about how much being in a world filled with just train tracks all over the place would affect the world is a plus to story, because they bothered to put that extra bit of thought and effort into the world building to think about it. That's cool. I like that. The fact that they didn't here means it is an absence of a positive at the bare minimum, right? Because they didn't think about it. They never thought about, okay, we're on islands in a sky. What does that mean? And that's fine, but you could see why I'm bringing it up. Because we've already seen Zelda games that do better world building than this. Oh, right, and plus to gameplay. Before I forget. No doubt about it. That's your Loftwing. Why would you name a Loftwing? God, that's like naming your furniture. Oh, I'll free you. Oh, well, that's training stamina just to use that. Throw? There we go. Okay, apparently I'm the weirdo for not naming my furniture here. What I want to know is what cutscenes did they cut from the intro? Because we know they cut several. We should hurry, Laura. Now that your Loftwing is free, you should fly to the ceremony. You know, that is a valid point, Blitchfall. One of the biggest complaints all of my fiction gets, everything I've ever written in my entire life, is that it's too hard to pick up on the details I put into my fiction. That's not bragging. It is arguably a sign of me being a bad writer. I got that for all 3 rewrites that have come out, too, is that a lot of people gave me feedback of, I have no idea what's going on, or I had to rewatch it several times to pick up on it, because that's just the style of how I write. So that is a valid thing to bring up. No, I didn't hear the voice, Zelda. Wait, I'm hearing a voice. It's saying give a plus to story for Groose. Okay. It's been happening a lot lately. It's the strangest feeling, almost like someone's calling out to me. It's saying, kill me. You ever wondered what's beneath the clouds? Some say it's an empty, barren place, or even that there's nothing at all down below, but I just have this feeling they're wrong. Some of Father's old texts talk about a place called the Surface. The whole old tale describes a whole world under there, far more vast than Skyloft. Thing is, no one's ever been down there to see it, and our loft wings won't fly through the cloud barrier. I can't help imagining the wild things that might be waiting below. Someday I want to see for myself. I'll talk more about the surface later, because there's a thought I want to share about that. Sorry, Lord, we don't have time to talk. Let's get going. Look, your bird's waiting for you. Yeah, your bird's going to catch you this time. What, you don't want to shove me off this time? Oh yeah, skippable cutscenes. I actually already mentioned that, but it's good to know that they're there, so... Plus... Yeah, I probably shouldn't have given my party the freedom I did, Darkrai. I know that's... Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! That's one of the biggest complaints that I myself have of the Primus campaign. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that I allowed my players to have a tremendous amount of freedom. And, I probably shouldn't have. I probably should have put them more on rails. Yep. When you want to speed up, direct your bird into gain altitude and then drop into a fast dive. Okay, yep, uh-huh. Can I... Yep, okay, sure. There we go. Jesus, okay, hang on. Dive! Up, please? Oh, right, I gotta do this crap. I gotta waggle! I've gotta waggle! Go! Up! Go! Up! Okay. But no. While I can like, nitpick a little bit about the world building of Skyloft, let me go ahead and say right now, there is a definitive negative that Skyloft's gonna get. It's a big, barren, open nothing. This is probably the single worst overworld in the entire franchise. Like, what I find most amusing... Yeah, no, what I find most amusing is the thing that most people compare this to is the Great Sea in Wind Waker. But the Great Sea at least had something going for it. Skyloft is just... is the empty abyss of nothing. And that's ignoring this crap. Fine, okay. Am I running into an invisible wall? I am! There's an invisible wall right here. I was trying to go through that freaking rock formation over there, and it's not letting me. Dang it. I don't know about you, but it looks like your lofting's flying great. My father and the others are probably worried. Let's go give them the good news. Oh, no, I agree with Dean Badine and Omega Legion. I guarantee you they weren't thinking about that. Now, fortunately, this version's probably a lot more accessible. I say probably because we haven't switched into the controls yet. This stuff... That's a nope. Also, this, for jabbing, which, by the way, several enemies, you have to hit them with jabs. In fact, several enemies in this game, and this is arguably a good thing, have a thing where you have to hit, like, this, and then you have to jab, or you have to do, like, a spin attack, and then a jab, or you have to hit from the left a bunch, and then you hit from the right. You get it. Like, there's patterns, there's combos. Which means you have to do all the motions, which sucks. Because, yeah, this... As I kind of mentioned this earlier, this isn't terrible, right? Doing the side swipes isn't awful. Doing this sucks. Anyways, your lofting really is amazing, especially considering everything the poor guy's been through this morning. I'm going to fly back and tell Father what happened. Bye.
No!
Well, if it isn't, kill me. Word around the plaza is you found that dumb bird of yours. Well, that's just great, because you and your dumb bird can't tell time. All the pre-race warm-ups me and the guys did were for nothing. Now I'm all stiff. We've been waiting forever for the race to start, and they delay it for you? I don't get it. Big Flake gets the special treatment? You're almost a man. But I'm more man than you. And yet you still can't seem to go anywhere without Zelda. I bet you can't even decide what to have for lunch on your own. I don't know. What do you guys think? What should I have for lunch? Don't think we haven't noticed the smug. Ooh, Zelda and I are best friends. We go everywhere together. Ugh. Think you're pretty suave, don't you? No, sir. I think I am suavemente. It's been going on forever about how he's going to be the one to be with Zelda. He's really got his pompadour in a ruffle about her. Dear her. I hate to break it to you, but today is the day I bust up this adorable little fantasy land you're living in. Zelda's playing the role of the goddess at today's ceremony, and I'm gonna be the one to claim that sailcloth. I heard she made it herself, man. No way was I gonna let some scrawny clown snatch that prize from me. Oh yes, sailcloth. Zelda's sailcloth will be mine. Oh man, I bet she was thinking about me when she was stitching it. Yeah. Oh, I can see it now. First I win the big race, and then Zelda and I finish the ceremony together on the statue. Just the two of us. Oh, it'll be our special moment alone. Nobody is stopping me and Zelda from having our moment. It's so real. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Groose, behind you. What? Can't you see I'm in the middle of... I'm sorry, I'm kind of leaning into it with Groose. But, yeah. Care to explain just what you meant by our special moment alone? I want to have so much hand-holding with you. Just... What? Nothing, really. Lord, yeah, I was out. Telling my buddy here how glad I was he found that red bird of his. Boy, am I looking forward to a fair race. I'm sorry, Lunarith. Anyhow, later, Zelda. Look for me during the race. I'll be the one pulling off all the dangerous moves. Now, I know what you're about to say. How the hell was this Link in the original? But actually think about it for a second. Remember, Groose was constructed to have... I know, right, Butterfuck. Groose was constructed to have the same story arc that Link had. Remember? That was the main thing. They had written out a whole arc for Link, and they transplanted that on this new character they invented to be able to show that arc because they're stupid. So, it doesn't make that... It's not that hard to see this arc and how it connects to Link and his relationship with Zelda herself. He starts off as this big, cocky, special somebody, which makes sense because he's been told his whole life he's special. He gets this special bond with this amazing, unique Goldwing that nobody else has, and everything's awesome for him, and you get it, right? Link was originally someone who was very full of himself. And then over the course of the game, he learns to have some of this little humble pie, bring himself down a little bit more, and starts considering others and more connection with them and how much that matters to him. Which also neatly ties into why Zelda then becomes so much more enamored. I don't have a better word for it. Enamored with him. At that point, the two of them actually start to grow closer towards each other and revolve around each other, because she was probably put off by him originally in the original draft of this document, and then she slowly warms up to him as he himself goes through his own arc. And it's worth noting, Zelda has her own arc throughout this game too, so that kind of matches it. I'm kind of not talking about the specifics there because I don't want to spoil, but you get the idea. Yeah, exactly, Drakaja. There's several sequences that make sense if you just replace Groose with Link. Anyways, sorry. That's true. That's actually a really good point, Chatoho. So, I think that actually fits pretty well, but that's just me. Did you hear that guy? A fair race? Yeah, the chances of that happening are just less than zero. Either way, don't let those fools get you down, Lark. Just get out there and fly the best you can. I know you got these guys beat, and deep down, I think you do too. Oh, it's... Alone? Come on, Laura. Try to focus for once.
Hey!
Trust me, Zelda. I am. Looks like it's race time. Good luck, Laura. I don't know, Ross. Why do I think they replaced Link with Groose? I have no idea. I mean, I do. I can tell you exactly the reason. Tradition. If there's one thing Nintendo is both good and bad about, it is tradition. They don't like to change things at Nintendo. They'll do little itty-bitty steps here and there. But for the most... I must criticize the bricks. For the most part, they like to just have, I mean, Mario Wonder is a perfectly good example of that. Now, don't mistake me. Mario Wonder is a really good game. You should go play it. It's amazing. But it also plays it extraordinarily safe. They don't really stress anything or go in any different or new directions with it, especially narratively. And given the iron grip that Miyamoto has on the greenlight process at Nintendo, it makes sense that games that try to stretch narratively just don't go anywhere. Right, sorry. Wonder is a garbage game because it's too easy. Your attention, please. At long last, we're ready to begin the wing ceremony. Anyway, we'd have to proceed without lore, but without kill me! But luckily, that's no longer a concern. I'm glad you can all make it. Before we start, I'd like to explain the rules. Miyamoto is someone I have a lot of respect for who needs to no longer be in charge of anything at Nintendo. He should be doing what he does best. Game design. He is, even to this very freaking day, he is still very good at coming up with game design concepts. A lot of the stuff in Wonder came from Miyamoto, just to use a specific example. And that's where he should be. Over there, in his corner, doing what he's good at. The problem is, Miyamoto is one of the oldest heads at Nintendo, and Dean Bidding could probably tell you more about this than I could. But Japanese business culture, the seniority rule is king over there. Like, we have seniority here in the States, but not even close to the same degree as, from what I understand, they have in Japan. So the fact that Miyamoto's been around for the last 40 years at Nintendo as one of the main development leads, everyone pays attention to him. He doesn't, I've talked about this before, actually. He doesn't even have actual oversight. He's not a direct reporting line to a lot of these projects. In several cases, he has nothing to do with these projects, but they still got to go through him. He's the one who gives that stamp. That's why I mentioned the green light thing. The most obvious example here is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, the original version, not the recent re-release. Because that game almost wasn't made because Miyamoto looked at it and said, what's the point of this? Like, it's a story-driven RPG, okay, and what are you adding to the table? And they came up with that idea of the multiple objects on the screen at the same time thing, which is actually a hallmark of Paper Mario 2, as a way to kind of slide it past Miyamoto. Miyamoto gave the stamp, and now they could go ahead and make the game. That was his only influence on that game. But Paper Mario 2, one of the best RPGs ever made, would have never gotten made if Miyamoto didn't say yes. And that's my biggest concern. That's why I spit so much venom at Miyamoto, because he has such a level of influence that he is, in my opinion, also a detrimental influence on Nintendo, in addition to being a positive influence on it. I have attached a small statuette to this bird, who I will then release to the skies. On my signal, dash from the starting line and dive off the ledge. When you're in the air, mount your loft wing. Remember to call your bird promptly. With this, when you dive off the ledge, whoever catches the bird and claims the statue will be this year's champion. There's a rule. Simple enough. I got this. Excellent. More than a few, Mr. Red. As you know, today's champion will graduate to the next class, bringing him one step closer to knighthood. You'll also receive a gift from the young woman chosen to play the role of the goddess in this year's ritual. Today's a special day for many, but it's also the 25th anniversary of our fine institution. Sorry, I should explain that briefly for those of you who don't actually have context. This game ended up coming out as the 25th anniversary of Zelda as a whole, and they did a big deal about that. And yeah, I totally bought the 25th anniversary version. I still have the golden Wiimote, for God's sakes. It's actually my personal favorite Wiimote. It's actually right here. And I know you can't see it, and I'm not going to dig out all of the plushies to get to it, but it's right there. Anyways. It did a noble name. I still have that CD somewhere. To celebrate the occasion, today's champion will also receive a gift atop the statue of the goddess. Here, the young woman performing the role of the goddess this year has crafted the gift herself. I mean, I have the black and gold Wii U, too, Dean Bedine, the one that came with Wind Waker attached. As you know... Oh my god, please stop saying those words. The role of the goddess this year will be performed by... the lovely Zelda. She is adorbs, by the way. Can confirm. In fact, I should probably jot down a character positive, because this is, by memory, one of the Zeldas who actually has a freaking personality. We'll jot down Groose over here. Oh my god. I should do that. I should get a shirt that like has like probably right over here. Just, as you know, stitched right here. And so, as I'm reading, I'll just be like... Oh god, Groose is in Nana Land again. Speaking of which, take a drink, as you know. I want good, clean flying. Anyone caught interfering with other riders will answer to me. That goes double for you, Groose.
Hey!
All right, gentlemen, line up. At my command, competition will begin.
Hey!
I don't know, Dean Bean, because as we've already discussed, we know that this was the era in which Nintendo localization started taking a dip in quality. I don't know why. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But that is a thing. Like, Zelda games in general and Nintendo games... Sorry, Nintendo games in general and Zelda games in particular were actually known for their quality localization for a while there. And they just sort of stopped having the same level of quality about them. And I don't really have an answer for why. Ah! Give me! Oh my god! I apparently have to hit A. My hand was not in position to hit A. Joseph, my day to get all the glory. Yeah, you heard him. Let's see how you fly with egg in your face. This feels terrible, J. Palmer. Oh man, I can't wait to not be using these controls. Listen, nobody's cheating. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Wait till Zelda sees this. Lore. Wait, really, Omega Legion? I didn't even know about that. Whoa, hi. Don't worry, I'm fine. Great flying, Lore. Congratulations. And think about this. This could be one of the first times that Link actually accomplishes something, and thus is the first time he actually catches Zelda's attention at all. Right? Instead of, you know, these two pretty much having a pre-existing relationship. I'm not saying this is bad, don't mistake me. I'm just saying, the more I think about it, the more I kind of wish they'd gone with the original version where Link was Groose. Hand me the bird statuette. I must offer it to the goddess. I actually looked up who the voice actress for Zelda was, and I can't remember who it was right now, but I know it's the one who voices her in the anime, and like a few other things. They're pretty much the same, Vandalia. Oh god, I'm sorry. I just had a wild thought. Imagine if she does that and we're just like, and we go to bed and we wake up and it's 3 days prior. No explanation. And we're just like, what? Link, what are you doing? You've got the ceremony in 3 days. Great goddess, guiding light, and protector of our people, grant us your blessing and mercy as I act in your stead during this ceremony. Valiant youth who grasped victory at the celebration of the bird folk, in accordance with the old ways, I now bestow the blessing of the goddess upon you. Blessings of the goddess drift down from the heavens aloft to sail, which I now pass on to you. Where'd all my rupees go? Now you can jump from any height without fear of painful landing. It smells nice, too. Laura, quit goofing. This is supposed to be a sacred ritual, remember? You know, they say the goddess gave sailcloth to her chosen hero long ago. Of course, the one you're holding isn't the same one. I've been working hard to finish making the sailcloth in time to give to today's champion. I'm really glad I got to give it to you. Make sure you take good care of it, okay? Thanks for making it up here to do this with me today like you promised. You're welcome. Now let's have everything go straight to hell. We should finish up this ritual. You do know what happens at the end, right? Uh-oh! I'm sorry, some of these dialogue options are great. Sort of. Nope. And uh-oh! We've got to pick, right? We've got to pick uh-oh. Just what are you thinking? Don't be silly. This is your big moment. Kill me! You have to jump off the statue. Look down. See that big round design on the courtyard below? To finish the ceremony, you need to jump right down into the center of it. And they lean a tutorial into this too. So, remember what I was talking about earlier? About getting into gameplay earlier? There's plenty of gameplay here. What were they on about? I'm legitimately confused. What gameplay did they think the player wanted to get to that they felt the need to cut story from this sequence? We've had gameplay. Plenty of it. We had an entire mini dungeon, which I gave a positive to. Sorry. Just... Ah! I'm confused. All that matters is the dungeons. Oh, right, this! Oh, God, this! This! Okay, we're okay. Zelda really likes pushing people off things. Oh my God, she's a cat. Zelda, have you been playing FF14? That was perfect. You're amazing. Kill me! I'm sorry. One of these days I'll stop making that joke. You know, Lore, seeing as how you won today, and with the weather being so nice, I think maybe you'd like to, you know, go fly around the clouds together? Okay, she is just too cute. Oh my God, she is so adorable. Holy crap. Like, I'm not even making a sex joke. This is so delightfully innocent. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's jot down some positives here. And Link's just like, no. The most evil Zelda. I think we're looking at her. Lore! Hey, Lore! I can show you the world. Shining, shimmery. Ah! Today was amazing. Watching you win the race, performing the ritual together. I'll always remember this. You know what? Hang on. I apologize. I need to look up my Earthbound review very quickly. Please give me 1 second. There is this guy, okay? His name's Ravio, and just... Oh, the way his ears just dangle. Okay. I'm okay. Ravio also plays FF14, but he plays a... oh God, I can't think what they're called. Bunny person. Sorry, one second. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. Plus the storytelling mechanic. Viera. Because the Viera in the way they render the text, there's a couple of examples of this. But the most obvious example is they'll vary the size of the font to indicate tone and volume, which is cool. And I mentioned that. It's not great. I've seen better usages of font. In fact, in the aforementioned Paper Mario, they do a lot with the font to indicate tone and vibe and all that. And Earthbound, a game we've already reviewed, also does the same thing. But they still do something here, and I still like it. You know, kill me. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. And you know, you never say that! You never say that! What's going on? And she's dead. I do like how we go after her without hesitation. No, that's good visual storytelling. There is zero hesitation. He immediately dives after her. Wind Waker actually pulls a similar trick, if you remember. Lore? What, Fi? I am waiting for you. The time has come for you to awaken. Alright, that's another example of the text rendering. If you're paying attention, it's a really simple trick, but what it is all the text... So, all the text is in a smaller font, but it's only rendered a couple of milliseconds ahead of when the text would normally be rendered. And as it's rendering, it expands. And it just kind of gives that almost robotic feeling to it. Which tracks. She is extremely robotic in her overall approach, sentence structure, storytelling style, etc. What is this, Tears of the Kingdom? Ah, you're awake.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know the context, but you know the trailer I'm talking about, right? When your Loftwing carried you back, you were limp and unconscious. I feared the worst. It's 3 days before the ceremony! Ah! Oh, gotta ban myself. Fortunately, you don't appear to have any serious injuries. For that much, we can be grateful. I never asked, how's the new volume? We're at 10 decibels reduced, and I am at half volume, 50%. Is this better? Because at the intro, it was actually hurting my ears. 72 hours remain. Lord, where's Zelda? She was with you, was she not? What's happened to my daughter? Well, you see, Pops, we were heading out, and oh my God, she wanted to hold my hand. Okay. A black tornado, you say? That is not what I would call a black tornado. That was no ordinary storm. Yeah, that was a sand tornado, sir. Link, are you colorblind? You must not push yourself. You're still recovering. Tell me, when you saw Zelda today, did anything about her seem off? I see. She was talking about the surface, then. And you've been having dreams about a great mission. How interesting. Yeah, I know, Walker. And it sucks. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought there a moment. It's all very strange, but I doubt there's much of a connection between these things. I'm concerned for Zelda, but so long as she's with her Loftwing, I'm sure she'll be fine. Either way, daybreak has yet to arrive. It'd be very difficult to spawn one girl and her bird in the dark of night. It would also be very dangerous. Oh God, Vati's in this game. No! Let the Zeldas sit alone. Rest now, Laura. Zelda's going to be fine. She's out there alive. I know it. She dead, yo. Oh. Well, I don't know about you, but if I see a glowing woman who is hovering in front of me, my first thought is to immediately run towards her. First thought. Just immediately. You know, that's a good point, Blade Terval. The last time we had a Zelda who was dead, she was actually a really good character. You know, Fee... Let's jot this down really quick. Sorry, Fi. I'll get there. Fi is almost assuredly going to be a plus to story. I cannot imagine she won't be. It's one of the few things I remember distinctly from my last playthrough of this game. Now, if this was the original Wii version, she would also be triple negatives to gameplay. We'll see how bad she is in this version. It's one of the most commonly mocked things about the entire game. Oh, it's such a cute little cat. Die, monster! Jelly blob. Yeah. Oh yeah, cats just kind of come back after a bit. You can't actually kill the cats. Sorry, everyone. No, Giga. I think you know the cat I imagine Zelda to be. Well, in the original version, Fee is the most annoying how to do things character in the entire franchise. Like, everyone bashes Navi. Navi's not all that bad. Minda's amazing. Fi was just the worst. She was terrible. Master, you have taken damage. I detect a 33% chance that it would be advantageous if you go pick up a heart piece. And it's like, yeah, thanks, Fi. Master, this is an enemy. You should attack your enemy with your sword. Yeah, thanks, Fi. Okay, so anyways, we've flown, we've done other things. The controls suck. Let's try the other control method. Off. Let's see how that feels. Oh, that's different. That's not okay. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, so this is my right analog. This is bad twice. First, this is not great. And for pretty much the exact same reason that the actual attack was. It's actually push. It's actually push to do the stab. Oh my god. Oh my god. Doing this quickly is going to be terrible. How the hell am I going to be Girahim like this? But hang on. I said this was terrible twice. How do you think I pan the camera like this? So here's me hitting R. There's no camera control. There's just face wherever I'm facing. That's it. That's the camera. Oh, okay, hang on. If I hold down L, I have a bit of camera control. So I can just walk around holding down L the entire time. Oh man. Okay, we're gonna see how this plays. We gotta do flying and fighting at the very minimum. This oof. Yeah, we'll see, Omega Legion. I'm not super enthused. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, yeah. So as pointed out, that pretty much means I can't functionally sprint while controlling the camera. You're probably thinking, what do you mean? Well, okay, I want you to imagine holding down B and L while moving your right analog. So I could do that if I do some Monster Hunter Claw like this. And then it's like, hey, I can sprint while doing this. Let's not do that. Okay. Oh, god damn it. So yeah, I'm going to just kind of mentally put myself in the mindset of, I'm playing Ocarina, and we'll see how this works, but this, I'm not enthused about this. The one chosen by my creator, I have been waiting for you. You will play a role in a great destiny. According to your social customs, I should provide you with my personal designation. Phi is the name I was given. I was created for single purpose, long before the recorded memory of your people. Because of course it was 10,000 years ago. I must aid you in fulfilling the great destiny that is your burden to carry. By the way, really nice detail about her visual design I've always loved. She has no arms at all. And yet she tends to use her cape to mimic the stylings of arms. And it's a great stylistic touch. Come, Lord, you must take up this sword. As the one chosen by my creator, it is your destiny. The strange dreams troubling your sleep, my sudden appearance. Uncertainty surrounding the fate of the one you hold dear. Under the circumstances, it is only logical you would exhibit some apprehension. To minimize your uncertainty, allow me to share some information. My projections indicate this information has a high probability of altering your current emotional state. The one you seek, Honorable Zelda, is still alive. And this spirit maiden, the one you call Zelda, is another one chosen to be fated a part of the same great mission. Therefore, should you wish to meet with your friend, I highly recommend you take up this sword before you set out to search for her. Does that information invigorate you? Are you ready to accept this sword? It seems that further persuasive measures will not be required. In the name of my creator, draw the sword and raise it skyward. Roll credits. Oh yeah, how do we do raise skyward? Oh, okay, that's not that bad. Just that, right? Right? Right, maybe. Okay, we'll find out in a second. By the power of Grayskull! You got the sword. Recognition complete, Master. Lore, my master. Lore. Ooh. I've had my suspicions, but until now I wasn't sure. Yet here we are in the Chamber of the Sword, the very place where it was foretold the youth of legend would one day appear. It is said that this place was left to our people by the goddess herself. The very knowledge of this room's existence is a secret passed down to a select few each generation, along with a handful of words. When the light of the goddess's sword shines bright, the great apocalypse will wake from its long slumber. Do not fear, for it is then that a youth guided by my hand shall reveal himself in a place most sacred. It started days ago. That sword I've kept secret all these years began to give off a faint, otherworldly light. At first I was sure I was seeing things, here alone with the sword. There was simply no other explanation. I never dreamed the prophecy of legend would come to pass in my lifetime. The words I have sworn to keep secret are coming true before my very eyes. The youth will be guided by one born of the blade, one who is also youthful in likeness, yet wise with knowledge immeasurable. Ah, yes, the oral tradition, one of the least reliable methods of information, retention, and transmission. It appears that critical sections of the passage have been lost over the generations. The youth who draws forth the guiding sword shall be known as the goddess's chosen hero, and it is he who possesses an unbreakable spirit. He shall be burdened with the task of abolishing the shadow of apocalypse from the land. Such is his destiny. With the spirit of the blade at his side, he shall soar over the clouds and plummet below, and united with the spirit maiden shall bring forth a piercing light that resurrects the land. Who's this? A place called the Surface? Also, wasn't this like 20 minutes ago? Master, you must embark on a great journey beneath the clouds to the vast realm of the Surface. It is only through this journey that you can fulfill the mission set before you by my creator, the goddess. It is also the only method available for you to reunite with the Spirit Maiden, Honorable Zelda. This is no easy task, Lore. The world below is a forsaken place, and to reach it you must pierce the cloud barrier. In living memory, no one's ever done this. This tablet will illuminate a path through the clouds to the land below. Take it and place it within the altar behind me. Master, the first thing you must do is hit the crest sitting in this room with the Skyward Strike. These blasts are formed of pure energy that charges your blade when you lift it skyward. Once you have charged your blade, face the crest and swing your sword to send out a powerful Skyward Strike. Roll, roll, roll. Credits. Oh god, how am I going to do the finishing move? I don't know the move to do the finishing move. Note to self, figure out how to do the finishing move. Master, kill me. Until now, a cloud barrier created by the goddess has separated the world you know from the one below. The tablet you placed in the altar has opened a small rift in the barrier. You can use it to travel through the clouds in the realm below. I have recognized you as my master, so it is my duty to follow you wherever you may go. I reside within your sword and will accompany you in your travels. Press this button when you want to talk to Navi. Kill me. Listen a moment. The nature of the Great Apocalypse mentioned in the Old Text is a complete mystery to me, but whatever it turns out to be, it seems both you and Zelda have a big role to play in the destiny of this land. Just think, if what Fi says is true, Zelda's alive. Alive and no doubt coming to terms with whatever it is the goddess has in store for her. Yeah, we're all just puppets on a string. I get it. Moving on. So as you heed the call of destiny, I don't know what dangers you may have to face, especially down there. But if you decided to brave the unknown, please find my daughter and bring her back to me. What we have seen today defies explanation, but is only the start of our journey. It's so much! I'm sorry. Kill me. I know it's a heavy load to shoulder, but you're the only one who could bear its weight. Dawn is drawing near. It's been a long night for both of us, hasn't it? You have a great journey before you, Laura, and those clothes, they don't look up to the task. The uniform you were to receive for winning the race should be ready by now. A sturdy uniform like that will prove much more suitable for a long journey. You'd better change before you go. Listen, Giga. You didn't really catch the joke, so earlier it's like, rename Link, and the name I put in was Kill Me. Now, I decided not to do that, but a lot of the dialogue just works really well if you assume Link's name is Kill Me. That green uniform is what our knights will be wearing this year. To be honest, I've had my doubts about the color. But oddly enough, seeing you wear this uniform, I can't imagine a more fitting color for you. How about blue? Take care on your journey, and be sure to stop by some of the shops at the bazaar. I'll return to my quarters. Yeah, they're gonna give me stuff for free, right? Like I don't have to buy it now. Okay. Your sparring instructor will be a thing. Yep. Right. Ocarina. I'm playing Ocarina. I'm playing Ocarina. Lore. Oh my god, Shadow Machine. That green uniform looks so adventurous. You sure look like a knight now. I mean, I do have little chainmail on. Headmaster said you're heading out to look for Zelda. You're really something else. I can never imagine myself doing what you're about to do. Put a lot of work into making this. You should take it with you. You've got the adventurer's pouch. It's kind of the equivalent of the bottle this time around. It's for adventures. It's neat because you can fit 4 things into it. You can buy all kinds of stuff at the bazaar. You should look. Potions, a shield. I just know you'll find Zelda for us. Hey, I just saw the news. And of all of us, how about only you got promoted to senior class? Talk about stupid calls. On top of that, Groose won't come out of his room and Zelda's missing. It's all your fault. Way to go there, buddy. Some senior class guy you are. Oh my god, Darkrai. Hang on, I gotta murder someone really quick. This is for you, Giga. This is for you. Oh god, how do I... Okay, so this is actually a good thing to do. Murder this woman. Okay, here we go. Alright, she's dead. She's dead, we did it. What do you think you're doing? Kill me! Sorry. Yeah, I managed to get her right on the forehead. I think throwing will be easier. I never liked doing this. Well, that's an interesting question. Can I still... Okay. We'll deal with that in a second. Lore, congrats on advancing. So this year's night uniform is dark green, huh? Looks neat. I bet Zelda will be really happy to see you in that. Oh, and don't worry. I'm sure she's fine, wherever she is. She'll definitely be home soon. No, don't leave, Giga. Don't leave. Oh my god, if this game had the durability problem. The durability problem. Yeah, we need to figure out rolling. I need to figure out most of the attack moves. I'm going to go hit the place which teaches those, which I can't think of the name of all of a sudden. And of course I need to figure out how to fly, too. They do, Giga? Alright, time to kill Giga.
Yeah?
You made it, finally into the senior class. That outfit suits you. I kind of like yellow better. Now's probably the time to celebrate, right? I can't believe Zelda's gone missing. You and Zelda are so close. I know you must be worried sick. I don't know, I just have a feeling she's alive somewhere. You gotta believe and wait for her to come home. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for her to come home. Oh, excuse me. Alright, so let's figure out climbing and the other thing that I can't think of the name of. Okay, no issues there. Okay. So if I'm dashing and I tap L3, that's... Okay. Master, I have an update regarding the stone tablet and the resulting column of light it created. The column of light has appeared to the south of our location, and signs indicate it has created an opening in the cloud barrier to the land below. I must also caution you that descending to the surface armed only with a sword will result in decreased probability of survival. If you have not already done so, I advise you to purchase a shield and potions at the bazaar in preparation for your journey. Yeah, sorry, I think that was the PS3 that initiated that terminology, but the idea is there's L1, which is your first L, like it's the one right there on the shoulder, L2, which is the analog one behind it, and then L3, which is pushing it in. And the same thing applies on the right stick as well. I hate L3 and R3 as buttons. I absolutely despise them. I prefer not to use them if I can avoid it. So, I'll only roll when I need to, is what that really boils down to. Now, unfortunately, R3 is jab. So that I'm going to have to use a lot more often. Time to wait for coming tonight now. Congrats! I'm sure there's still plenty who don't know. Just press this to get if you need a pointer or two. One thing to do when you're tired, get some sleep. You can sleep anywhere there's a bed, you know. Skyloft is a different place after the sun goes down. Yeah, I know, there's a day and night cycle. And the cats try to kill you at nighttime. Also, enemies spawn at nighttime. And a lot of the gratitude quests are nighttime, but we haven't even unlocked those yet. So let's put some question marks here. Put some question marks here. Add a doodad's positive. I've been chewing on that anyways. Dash of pepper. Delicious. Another culinary delight waiting to be enjoyed and savored.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, welcome to the scrap shop. By the way, did you hear the Yoshi drums going on? See you around 040. I can use the stuff you find to upgrade your gear, make it even stronger. If your shield takes a beat, no worries, I can fix that. Wait, you can repair something that's lost durability?
Hey, hey.
Hi.
Hello, welcome to the item check. Put stuff in your pouch into storage? Okay, take something out of storage? That's fine. Anything in your pouch or storage you want to move? Nope, but we have a bank, which is another improvement over Breath of the Wild. They have a freaking bank and a repair system. That guy is terrifying. I want to kill him. I want to kill you. I need to murder you. Hang on, let's look over here first. We'll talk to him last. What's this? What is it my eyes behold? Oh, young man, what calamitous visions appear before me? You may choose not to believe me, but my eyes foresee a hazardous, thorny road ahead for you. But I can foresee what will befall you. For I am I am a fortune teller. Trust my piercing eyes. Listen to my pure and innocent voice. I will do you no harm. Gaze deeply into my eyes and come closer. Sumptuously closer. Gaze into my eyes. Stare deeply into my eyes. These eyes see many things. These lovely, round eyes can even see into the future. I'm to tell your fortune, boy. Do you doubt these eyes? I look upon your shirt and I see a single thread upon your sleeve stitching. Nothing can hide from these eyes. Normally, I seek 10 rupees to tell a fortune, but this time I will charge 1. Do you want me to tell your fortune? Do you dare discover what these eyes see? Only 1 rupee. Yes, I knew it. Ah, what a treat. Oh, you're the first customer I've had in a while. Oh, I mean, I'm the best at what I do. You can trust these glistening eyes. Very well, let me see what I see. Yes, your fortune. It's all coming into focus now. Yes, 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 yes. Ah, I see many things. All is revealed. Young man, are you about to head to Desley Wooded area? Somewhere blanketed in green. Yes, my eyes, they see all trees everywhere. Yes, many trees. It would serve you well to buy a wooden shield before you travel. I can see you're a bit young and green yourself, so take a heart potion with you. It's the second time I've said this, but just so you know. Well, I mean, I guess the game. Second time the game has said this. Hello, welcome to my humble little side business over here. I infuse the potions my wife sells as new ingredients to increase their powers. It's nothing really, just something I like to do. Do you have any potions you'd like me to infuse? No, thank you though. No bother to me. Hope to see you again someday. Hey, I should buy something. A customer! Hello there, friend. My shop carries the finest products you'll find anywhere. Please take a moment for your senses to savor the wonder of treasures I have prepared just for you, friend. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay. Of course, someone as bright and savvy as you doesn't need to hear me ramble on. Straight to business. Please, friend, feast your eyes on the landscape of fantastical treasures I have prepared for you today. Aww. Alright, unfortunately all we've really got right now is the shield. The wooden shield. You can use it to block and repel. You must be careful though, it'll break. Oh, don't forget about fire. It'll burn quite easily. It's yours for 50 rupees. Care to buy it? No thanks. That's quite alright. I've got a few other ones. Do take your time. Eat. Customer's always right. No, they're not. I've taken the liberty of placing the item in your pouch. Dump your pouch, hold R, and do this tutorial. And there's our durability. Oh my god! That's the third time this game has improved over the durability problem from Breath of the Wild. We can see the durability in the upper left up there. Do you see that? You know, those are all good questions, Chitoho, but I like to think that... I don't know, I give up. Stab. Alright, he's dead. Yeah, yes, you, the adorable boy with the golden hair. Welcome to the potion shop. You can drink our potions when you're injured to fill up your hearts. You're one of those knights, aren't you? Or one in training, at least. Let me tell you, one look at you and I can tell about you'll need my potions by the cauldron full. F you, lady. Oh dear, I forgot to ask if you have an empty bottle. Just so you know, I can't sell you a potion if you don't have a bottle. For some reason I like you, though, so I'll give you a spare bottle. Here you go. Don't hear me say this often, but you can put other things into potions, besides potions, into an empty bottle, so it's a useful thing to carry around. Empty bottles are in your pouch. Yep, we're at 2 of 4 now. Okay, what do we got? Obviously, we want this potion. No, not you. Not you. Guardian potion. Makes you feel invincible. Reduces damage you take. 200 rupees. Revitalizing. Simply pour it on a broken shield, and it'll repair it for 30 rupees. Blue potion is not ready for consumption yet. Heart potion. 20 rupees. Stamina potion. Which I can't buy yet. So yeah, heart potion. Want a potion powered up? He can mix something up for you. Yeah, so let's see what that mechanic is, shall we? Hello. Do the thing. What do you got? So, infusion takes a little bit of money, and of course, most importantly of all, bugs! And you can see where the cooking minigame kind of came from in Breath of the Wild. The amount of DNA that this game... I'm saying this wrong. The amount of this game that is in the DNA of Breath of the Wild is actually pretty high. Which makes sense. I know you have bugs. Why aren't you giving me your bugs? So, someone asked, I think it was Spartan, why don't I like L3 and R3? 2 big reasons. First, I don't like any kind of push something that's intended to move. Like, I don't like using middle mouse wheel on the mouse for the exact same reason. It just feels awkward and off. Like, I hit this button, and it's snappy. Just like that. Boom. Perfect. Awesome. But then I hit this button, and there's like a weird in-betweeny when it comes to using it and not using it. Probably because it's not really kind of supposed to be a button press in the same way that, you know, that is. Hi, Brigwin. The second problem is much more, like, that's just a preference thing, really. Okay. Oh, right. There we go. The second problem, though, is a little bit more objective. Generally speaking, a lot of the times you're using the left analog to move, like I'm doing right this very second. And having to use this to move while hitting another button, or in the middle of another button, is kind of interrupting the flow of input. So, for example, having to do this and then tap that kind of messes with it. And so it becomes that all too important thing that I keep using this word. Imprecise. And it causes issues. Now, oh, Jesus Christ, I hope so too, Dakota. Keeping in mind, it kind of depends on what you use L3 for. Like, for example, stealth, which is something that always irritated me back in Breath of the Wild. That's irritating to me. But if you're using it for something that's only used periodically or deliberately designed to not be used in combat, my issues go away quickly. To use a direct example, I can't remember which game, but there's some game where, like, L3 is map. So you tap L3 and this pops up. That's fine, because that's not supposed to be used when you're doing whatever. It's just something that you use. Oh, okay, pause, map button, right? But if you're using it for something that's actually in combat or in motion, it's a little bit trickier. And yeah, Rex is correct. Sometimes you can hit it by accident when you just kind of are doing that like that. So, you get my point. I'm not going to ding it for that. It's just not something I'm a fan of, and I never have been. Can I? Oh, well. Okay, so we got some stuff. We got some things. I don't think we can actually do any of the side quests yet. I think we have to wait until our first dip. If anyone wants to correct me on that, please do. I'm going off of really vague memories here. I do know there's this giant sky beam over there. This game predicted... This game predicted the entire MCU, I'm just saying. That's true. We should check out the water fountain now. So we can do that now. So let's see how flying works. This should be fine, I think. Oh, there we go. Okay. I found it. Oh. Okay, hang on. Is that something I can change? Looks like it is? No. It isn't. Oh. Okay. That sucks. How do I flap? Never, Blade Interval! I will never actually describe what I'm reviewing. The whole rest of the reviews is just going to be a whole lot of, just take my word for it. Plus to gameplay, and then I'm not going to say what, you know? I'm just going to give the plus to gameplay. I have no idea, Lord Harrimont, because you missed some really good games earlier. That's not what... Well, either way, it looked like it was just a water thing. Because I apparently cannot actually jump up there. So I'm out. Bye! Apparently you can only jump from off a bridge. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Whee! God, look at that bloom. What? Oh, also, I'm not even going to ask how Octoroks are up here. That's just... Nope, we're good. We're good. So, what sucks? So, I'm one of those mutant freaks who prefers double inversion for controls. Now, that's fine because most games, including this one, actually offer double inversion controls. Hell, even Breath of the Wild has that too. Except when you're in this thing, where there is no double inversion control option. There's only single inversion, which is the worst possible option. So I'm doing double normal here. So, you know, this is me holding up, and this is me holding left. And that is throwing me really hard. So if you ever see me just suddenly go up and then down, it's because I was trying to go down the first time. And yeah, what you just saw was the Overworld, Skyloft. Alright, who's ready to rip our arms out of their sockets? Master, please make sure to use your sailcloth when descending from high elevations. Failing to do so has a high probability of resulting injury. I took the liberty of deploying the sailcloth for you this time, but in the future you can manually engage it by pressing ZR before landing. Master Lore, we have arrived. Master, kill me. This is the fabled surface that has long been part of Skyloft legend. By my calculations, you are currently positioned in a location known as the Sealed Grounds. A place I will get very sick of later in the game. Please proceed with caution, Master. I think you think too well of me, Yura. I'm fighting 35 plus years of memorization and muscle memory. So notice the first couple of enemies are designed to get you into the mode of different types of slices for different types of enemies. Just a quick and dirty thing there. Oh yeah, and get used to this, because you're going to be seeing a lot of this. This is how Link moves around for a huge portion of the game, because I have my sword out, and this is how he moves with his sword out. I will never understand why they present him like that. Like, what? Who designed that to be the form of the imprisoned one? Why? I would love to talk to the artists about that. Really. Javis! I knew it! Sorry. Also, not to make my point more thoroughly, but if a game that came out in the early 90s allows me to have proper control options, there's no real excuse for a game that came out, like, what, 2 years ago now? No, last year, excuse me, last year. What's a jump button? Sorry. It is... It's ultimately not a big deal when games don't offer these kind of things, but at the same time, that's the point. The fact that it isn't such a big deal is exactly why it irks me so much. It would take extraordinarily little additional time and effort to add a quick option or a toggle for a lot of the things I tend to complain about. I mean, again, just to make this point very, very clearly, this game has double inversion. Right there. There it is. In fact, this is the perfect option setup. Vertical inversion, horizontal inversion. And in this case, everyone's satisfied because everyone has their own particular muscle memory for how to control stuff. So, whether it's on, off, on, off, or off, on, I'm pretty sure that's all of them, we're good, right? The option's right there. So, why, right? It's such a strange thing to literally have the option and then also don't. It's more confusing than anything. Nice ruins around here. Oh, let's see. We haven't done this. Let's see how abrasive Phi is. Analysis. You are located in the sealed grounds. I detect auras of small number of relatively weak enemies. Your current selection of pouch items is survival focused. Suitability to current location is 50%. Pouch items that focus on heart replenishment are unnecessary in this area. I recommend removing non-combat pouch items. Let's go with advice. Some of it's been coming back to me as I've been playing, Ross, but as I said earlier, and this sounds like an exaggeration, I want to stress that it really isn't. Like, what's a movie you really like, Ross? Ugh. Oh, no, she's already toned down, I guarantee you. I can tell that immediately. Planet of the Apes. Okay, there you go. Imagine you're watching Planet of the Apes, and there's this dude just sitting right next to you. And every now and again, and there's no pattern to this, he has a knife, and he just cuts you as you're watching the movie. That's a good movie, right? How much of that movie do you think you're going to remember through the haze of pain that this guy is constantly causing you as you're trying to watch this film? And that's my experience. And I want to stress, this is not hyperbole. This is not a joke. It was so unpleasant, so irritating, and so literally painful that it's hard to know how much of this game I remember because there's just this haze on top of everything. After winning the race in the wing ceremony, you went on a flight with Zelda where you encountered a storm that caused Zelda to search. Is that a log? I think it's actually a straight-up log. No issues so far, no. And I don't think we will. One way or another, one of the biggest problems I had with the Wii Motion Plus was that it sucked. It was arguably the first motion controls that Nintendo actually had. This is more like the third. And they've gotten a lot better at using motion controls since then. So even if nothing else is better, even if we switch back to the motion controls, they are still better motion controls. I know this because I've played games that have motion controls on the Switch, and they control much, much smoother. So I am less worried in general, even if we end up going back to the motion controls. There's a log spiral. It's unclear whether this topography is natural or artificial. I recommend carrying heart replenishing items in your pouch. You just said not to do that. When you find a bird statue, you should always examine it, even if you have no intention of using it to save your progress. Examining the bird statue recorded on your map, allowing you to check its position later. Oh, God, I remember that, Bella. Search the surface, look for clues to ascertain Zelda's whereabouts as quickly as possible. I've detected remnants of a civilization here on the surface. I advise you to first explore the area near where you touched down. Current session playtime, current total playtime, concludes my analysis. Plus the log. I do appreciate a good log. I believe we put that under gameplay. Chain check those cigarettes really quick there. Young one, child of destiny descended from the sky. Raise the sword of the goddess Skyward. Take aim at the evil aura and unleash its power. Okay. That alone is much easier to do in this version than in the original. And we need to do that a lot, so I'm with it. Backtracking get. Master Lore. Master. Kill me. I'm sensing a change in the area. It was triggered by your Skyward Strike. I have also detected an aura that correlates closer to your sailcloth. I surmise this aura belongs to Zelda. I can lead you in the direction of this aura through a process known as dowsing. Would you like to explain to me? Sure. As you wish. Kill me. Dowsing is when I detect the presence of an aura of something you wish to search for using the tip of the sword. The nearer you are to the object, the stronger the response will be. And yeah, I believe you can search for items with this later, and I remember that distinctly, because I remember using that to do so. Get the sword out. Kill me! Damn you, kill me! I should probably admit something. Ice cream sandwiches are amazing. I should probably admit something else. I know that a couple people think I've been too harsh in this game already, and to be clear, I disagree. Especially since most of what I'm talking about right now in terms of negatives is all debatable right now. But I do have a tremendous amount of dread. There is a specific part of this game I am absolutely dreading getting to it. It's actually my strongest memory of this game by far. It's the first boss. And I hated that fight. Like, no joking for a second. Just, I hated that fight. It took me so long to get through it. And it was so unpleasant and so frustrating. And the controls were fighting me every second of the way. I hated everything about that fight. I almost quit the game at that point. That's how bad that was for me. And I'm just dreading that. I don't want to get back to it. And the good thing will be if that fight's legit this time around, then that's a good sign, right? But right now I'm just we'll see. Hello, Czar. Do it, Ross. Do it. But you have to share pictures. It's mandatory. I should jot that down, too. I was just thinking about that. The traveler descended from the clouds above. I welcome you, child of fate. Tell me, what is your name? Kill me? Good, very good. I sense you have already gained control over the sacred power that fills your sword when pointed skyward. The skyward strike is yours to command. It is proof you are fit to bear the blade you carry, the goddess sword. Yes, we're playing on the Switch right now. See? I have sat here for many years waiting for you to arrive, also I could fulfill my purpose as your guide. You stand under the roof of the sealed temple, a place built by the goddess an eternity ago. 10,000 years ago. Your arrival here was predestined 10,000 years ago. The spirit maiden you seek arrived here shortly before you, descending to this land in a shower of light. There's no doubting it, the gears of fate have begun to turn. Yet all is not as it should be. The spirit maiden was not meant to reach this land in the manner she did. I feel an evil power working in the shadows. It moves to warp the destiny of which you two are a part. Lore, kill me. You are concerned for the spirit maiden and seek her whereabouts, yes? That is understandable, but for now you must focus on moving forward. That girl has her own purpose she must pursue, as do you. You set out for Farron Woods to discover that destiny for herself, and you must follow. Show me your map. Go here. We might give that a positive. We'll see. We'll have to debate the map design in general. How did... Okay. Know that all the questions... all the questions you have will be answered in time. For now, kill me. There's the beacon. One of the better features they pulled over. They actually did a better job with this in Breath, but it's still good. Speaking of... I would say both Link to the Past and Link Between Worlds did a slightly better job of the map design, but it's still good, so it's still going to get a positive, I think. Probably just one. We'll think about that. So I should probably go get the chest. Yep, the beacon goes skyward, you might say. Let me in. Let me in. Okay, fine. You got, let's call it what it is, a bottle. Very useful. Yes, it does, Czar. Although it's a little bit better here because the controls themselves are a little bit better. In this version, we do this with this. So this is our current control system. This is how Link... I'm sorry, am I the only one who just finds that amusing? It's Link's mating dance. It's like, hi, Zelda. And Zelda's like, oh, swoon. So, Gorons. Let's go kill them. Damn it, Sonic. Thanks for jumping in there to rescue me, bud. You're welcome. Who were those red pests? I didn't expect to run into a pack of them in this peaceful forest. Same goes for you. This is the second time I bumped into one of your kind. Today. I tell you, all sorts of weird things are going on lately. Yes, to quit. I'm pretty sure it's copied straight out of Wind Waker. Oh, you big for taking care of those goons, so let me tell you something fascinating. Hey, bud. I'm Gorgo the Goron. I'm researching the ancient history of the woods. According to the ancient text, there's some kind of place up there called the Isle of the Goddess, far up in the sky. Apparently, the old statue serves as a landmark to those traveling up to the sky or down. If you find one, you can examine it. Supposedly, the statue's special, as it has the ability to activate all other statues. Whole thing's a little crazy, but I believe it to be true. Otherwise, why would all these statues be here? It's a real head-scratcher. Makes you want to know more, doesn't it? Yeah!
Oh.
Sounds like I'm a fellow connoisseur of ancient cultures. Get this. People actually live on the Sky Island, and they got around by flying on the backs of huge birds that are way bigger than the birds down here. Up there, everyone reveres the goddess, and the residents of the islands all live in perfect society. Totally free of conflict or unhappiness. Not only that, but from what I can tell, their civilization's way, way more advanced than down here. No, you're thinking of Twilight Princess, buddy. Does not even stop there, bud. This Isle of the Goddess has even more stuff to marvel at. The place was crafted by the goddess herself, so I figured that's filled with wonders we don't have here. The buildings are made of gold. Endless spring of mystical water feeds a river through the place. One sip of that stuff and you'll live forever. Trees are heavy with plum fruit that cures all diseases. The fields are crowded with pumpkins that never rot. Magic wildflowers bloom everywhere. The weather. Oh, the weather, bud. Not too hot, not too cold. No chance of sweaty heat in this garden paradise. That is the Isle of the Goddess. Amazing, right? Wrong! It's beyond amazing. You want to hear more about it, don't you, bud? Sure. Good to hear, bud. I'm completely obsessed with this place. I can't get enough of it. Wish I had more to tell you now, but I'll need to research these statues to learn more. Next time I bump into you, I'll give you the latest info. Thanks.
Oh!
Whoa. Oh, no. Sorry. What in the world just happened? Did you use some kind of magic? The statue reacted the moment you got near it. How crazy is that? I mean, that makes sense. Rock doesn't move that much. But yeah, I'd find it weird too. Probably Dakota. We haven't really detailed it, so uncertainty, but probably. Goro. What was that? Yeah. Statue just reacted to you. What'd you do? Come on. Don't make big guy big. I have to know. Yeah, bye.
Hey!
I have to examine the statue further. Who knows what I might find out. Stop doing that with my camera, please. Alright, where's my beam of death? Curried roasted chickpea chicken with carrots, spiced basmati, and red pepper chutney. Jesus Christ, Bregman, that sounds incredible. Shortcut get. R spruce puts bits towards thing. Awful block. The RPG block. Audit. And thank you, as always, R spruce, for being part of the show. Master, now that you have accessed the stone statue, you can return to the sky at will. Furthermore, by using a certain amiibo figure, you can return to the sky from anywhere on the surface and come back to where you left. Yeah, it's a town portal. We already talked about that. Please call me anytime you would like to use an amiibo. You can also use it from the options menu. Yeah, that's... I don't have that amiibo, so bye. Yeah, Lynx. What's an amiibo? Yes, Mr. Red. Yeah, did you know you can pay extra money to get something to make this game slightly more convenient? Master, you have entered Faron Woods. That is a tree. Trees are made of wood, Master. Trees are made of Savacom, apparently. The plentiful water in this region clearly sustains a large diversity of flora, including this massive tree. It is logical that the lush plant life and water resources have attracted animal species to the region. All of the water from Skyloft goes here and is slowly drowning the area. Will slowly die 1,000... Sorry. Looking at the probabilities, it is extremely likely Zelda is somewhere in the area. I recommend you continue to use your dowsing ability to search for her. Nah, I'm good. Thanks, though. Gotta practice for later. I think that's in this game. What's a Nintendo Switch? How do I switch it? Yeah, we're playing Metal Gear Solid Revengeance now. Okay, I'm right. Yeah, the bamboo cut minigame is in this game. Look, that game's soundtrack bops. I don't even want to hear anything about that. I'm probably saving too often, whatever. Why is that over here? That is kind of satisfying. We're not gonna lie about that. It's the... Ah! No! Oh god, how do I... There we go. That's kind of the breaking pots of this game. So someone just dumped way too much money on me. It wasn't even Judo Joker this time. I don't know, Bella. When did Revengeance come out? I know it's semi-recently, but I think it might actually predate this game a little. Thank you, Savacom, very, very much. Always and ever appreciate you. 2013. Wow. That's funny. Yeah, Revengeance actually came out after this. No, cheese filling. You can swap on the fly, but it's one or the other. Let's see, where is the Samicon? There she is. One shot. Mercenaries, Playground of Destruction. Good God. And the Alpha Block. The legendary. The one and only. The getting funded awfully quickly. Like that's gone up pretty fast. So, can I just say these things are absolutely adorbs. How did I pick games for the Alpha Block? That's easy. I took existing games that were already being funded and then combined them all into the Alpha Block because they're all awful. Hi, little guy. It's gone quiet. No, now there's a green one. I didn't even know they came in green. Don't hurt me. God, I just want to eat it. Alive. I mean, in a non-evil way. Look, I like kiwis, okay? Kiwis are amazing. I'll even eat the skin on a kiwi. Yeah, can we bring these guys... We bring a lot of species back periodically. Can we bring the kiwis back? They are just too cute. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Or my name isn't Kill Me! It is the gift that keeps on giving. I should have just gone with it. I should have just named ourselves Kill Me. Is that activated? I think it is. Okay, whatever. Well, the next game is Ocarina, and I don't think it'll fit there. I'm sorry. I know I'm coming across as harsh across this game, but can I just say, this is the dumbest thing. How do you walk around? It is very Monty Python. There is no escape. You cannot get away from me. Because my sword knows all and sees all. It spotted me again. Huh? You don't want to eat me? No, I totally do. I just... Nothing personal, buddy. But you look delicious. Oh god, no, that's it, that's it. Fi is just dragging us along, so it's not like we're pointing, it's like... we're just... Fi, what are you doing? I'm Machi. I'm a Kikwi. Kikwi. Kikwi? We'll go with Kikwi. You seem okay even though you're scary. Thanks for helping me. That's weird. A little while ago I ran into another funny animal like you, but that one was a girl. What's a Zelda? I don't know who this girl was, but she was in a bunch of trouble when I saw her. A pack of those mean red guys were after her, but she escaped with the Kikwi Elder. Master, we have obtained new information on Zelda's current status. Really? This information indicates that she was assailed by monsters and somehow evaded capture. However, I infer she is still in significant danger. I have marked the position of the Kikwi known as Machi. Please confirm your... How do you know? Furthermore, my analysis suggests that the Kikwi most likely produces a false positive dowsing reaction due to previous direct contact with Zelda. Using this hypothesis, I theorize there is an 85% chance the Kikwi Elder will also generate a dowsing reaction for the same reason. I propose you continue dowsing to search for Zelda. You really spooked me. You keep some very strange company, friend. Oh, sounds like you're upset in finding this friend and the Elder. If you head that way, anyway, would you mind telling the Elder I'm safe? Cheer up. I bet your friend is safe with our Elder. I bet she isn't. All right, there we go. All right, fine. Lead me onwards. Amber relics. I remember needing a lot of those, or maybe it's the other one. But I have memories of farming the crap out of some of these items, and I don't remember why. Oh, right, it's this button. Yeah, it might have just been amber relics, because I just needed a bunch. Speaking of, I'll grab this real quick. Dark Souls it up a little bit here. There we go. It's just satisfying. God damn it. Do you have a heart, please? So how bad do we think about the beetle leaps? That's true, we're finally getting our revenge on that frickin' baseball. Sorry, wrong game. I actually forgot this is a mechanic. Yeah, I think this is a much more irritating sound than the other one. I think between those two we could probably eat up one negative, but I think only one. That's not too bad. I will be right back. Apologies. Sprite work is more the foreground stuff, a noble name. For example, Link himself, or Zelda herself, or most of the NPCs. Enemies, that kind of stuff, right? A noble name, like the Kiwi guy here. Because you're right, I don't like the graphics so far. You'll notice I have not written down a positive for brickwork. And we'll see if I do or not. I haven't decided yet. I'll chew on that. I am Bucha, Kikwi Elder. I saw the way you spotted me through my ingenious camouflage. You're clearly a master woodsman. You're saying you met some of my people? Oh, so Machi is safe, huh? Ah, but the monsters. They're still lurking in the forest. I don't dare leave this spot. And you're looking for one of your lost people as well. Oh, yes, at one point during the monster panic here, I did speak with a blonde girl of your kind. But now's not the time for such talk. The forest full of monsters, and I am worried about my missing tribe. The shock and worry has made my memories of the girl quite hazy. If you catch my meaning. Go find 3 Kikwis. Okay, sure. Learning that Zelda is no longer with the Kikwi Elder is an unfortunate setback, but he may still have useful information. Taking this into account, I calculate an 85% probability that your quest will be aided if you find the lost Kikwis for the Elder. To expedite your search for these forest-dwelling creatures, I have added Kikwis as a dowsing option. Yeah, actually, if you don't mind. Flip this to switch, and then... Okay, cool. This game actually was originally in the visual style of Twilight Princess. We even have screenshots of the way the graphics originally looked. There's actually a really interesting reason why they changed it. They wanted this to be the primary focus, the swordplay. And that means you need to be able to see where exactly the enemy is blocking or vulnerable at a glance constantly. Which means they had to brighten up basically everything in order to make it so that it was more easy to tell what the enemies were doing at a given point in time. Now, how much of that is valid and how much is them being them, who knows, but that is the stated reason why the graphics went a different direction. So here's what dowsing actually looks like, by the way. Douse, 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 douse. Rouse dowser. The painted look is not terrible. I mean, after all, I liked that in Dishonored, if you remember. It's just, I don't know. I haven't been particularly impressed so far, and I don't really have a good reason to explain why, other than the fact that I haven't been particularly impressed so far. In many ways, it actually reminds me of Link Between Worlds, which, if you remember, I didn't give particularly many brickwork positives to either, because I didn't think the brickwork looked very good in that game. But at the end of the day, quality or otherwise, the main reason behind the brickwork positive is how much does it sell the scene. So, we'll see. I think that's actually just a block, not a parry. I did notice the extra hearts. I also noticed that enemies hit harder than normal. So I'm not 100% sure if that's equivalently the same amount. It just looks like it's more or not. It looks like it is a parry. I do actually really like the Wind Waker look, but I was looking up a few things for Twilight when I was researching this game. Apparently one of the more regular complaints that the developers had for Wind Waker is it looked too cartoony. Now this is doubly funny because one of the specific word-for-word complaints was they don't want to get across the idea that Zelda is a game for kids. Anyways. Yeah, so far the shield bash has been a little bit on the better side. Don't eat me, I taste terrible. There's only one way to find out. Huh? The elder was worried about me. I'm glad to hear he's safe. I'm Ulu. If you meet the elder, tell him I'm here. I don't know if it's safe yet. I'm gonna stay here a while longer and wait for those monsters to go away. Okay. Stuck. Okay, sure. Make sure we've unlocked this. I mean, almost every mainline Zelda game has been a reaction to the previous one, including Tears. So... Why do we smoke so many cigarettes? Is this some kind of anti-smoking campaign? That would actually make sense. I'm not sure, Arspruce. I suppose I could check. Well, it says I still only have the 2. Maybe I haven't found a 3rd one yet. Next time I find one, I'll have to test that. And of course, we don't have the scale yet, so we can't dive. You know, speaking of the enemies do more damage thing, that's another thing I think they imported into Breath of the Wild. Starting to see a lot of those. Not a complaint, just a commentary. We all know Breath of the Wild is the worst game ever made in the history of the ever, after all. Anybody who actually dares to like Breath of the Wild is clearly... I've used Hitler too much lately. Reagan. No, that's exaggerative. I should never accuse someone of that. I apologize. No, we can't go into the realm of impossible. Nobody's a Starfield enjoyer. Yes, Margaret Thatcher. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just chasing the popular trends. I apologize, everyone. Tony Blair. Oh my god. Yeah, who could actually think that the new Dragon Age game will actually be good? I mean, well, hang on. Let's define good. Because I think there's about a 50% chance the new Dragon Age game, legitimately, will be a net positive. You know, it'll be over 0. And that is, by definition, good. This is obviously a meme, but there's a reason I do this every time someone asks, will it be good? In which case, the answer is yes! Holy crap! It's the Excuse me, this is the second time in about a month and a half that has been heads. So it will be above 0, Giga. Will it be great? No, there's no way in hell. Most powerful of the links? Well, as you might or might not imagine, I've actually put some thought into that. So there's one I missed over there. There's one like right here. Up a level. I'm gonna go up a level. Sure, Giga, but let me answer this other one question first. It's LTTP Link. Because LTTP Link, even in LTTP, is a Master Swordsman with good armor, with a good weapon, with a good shield, with powerful magic. He has one of the strongest kits just by himself. Then you consider the fact that he is also one of the most seasoned veterans of the entire series, because he's the one who pushes through LTTP, and then Oracle of Seasons, and then Oracle of Ages, and then Link's Awakening. By the end of Link's Awakening, that guy is a death machine. So, yeah, it's that one. Past that, it gets a little bit more debatable. For example, the Ocarina Link certainly has a lot of capacity to him, and he does have Majora under his belt as well. But then you have to consider Breath of the Wild Link, who, despite gameplay problems, by all accounts was an absolute beast in combat in the lore. Although a lot of that is purely martial, with no real magical augmentation, so he might be able to not be able to keep up with some of the more magically inclined, like, say, the one in Zelda 2. The one in Zelda 2 is probably actually my number 2 pick there, because that's the Link from Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. And he accomplishes quite a bit in his time, and is a full-tilt mage, too. Huh, a fairy. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god. Oh my god. Was not ready. Okay, okay. Yeah, exactly, Arspruce. By Link's Awakening, that particular Link is, good to go. Possibly Lineruth? And yeah, I think you just killed the bot. How could you do this? How could you do this to me, Giga? No, it was actually a noble name who killed the bot. You're off this time, Giga. Okay, so I'm actually not understanding your question. You're asking me if FF10 Sphere Grid is similar to FF12 customization. I think. I could actually be misunderstanding that. Oh my god, I need to get used to this too. There's gonna be some things with this later. Okay, made it up. Woo! Where's my shortcut? Where's my shortcut? There's a shortcut, right? There's no shortcut! It's all over. If I keep saying, kill me, master, it's strange how that keeps working out. Kikwi! You fought off all those red guys. Does that mean you're a good guy? See, I've got this problem. My legs have turned to jelly and I can't get down. Think you could help me? Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Let me get my loot first. Is that it? That apparently is it. I got your back. Yeah, that combined with the additional amount of hearts and the additional armor and the additional damage means the tuning in Breath of the Wild is not perfect. I get what they were going for, but I don't think they succeeded at it. That was effective. Anyway, thanks to you, I'm saved. Really? The Elder was worried about me? I'm glad to hear he's safe. My name's Lopsa. If you see the Elder, can you tell him where I am? Oh, my legs are still shaking. Yeah, you should hide. Because you look delicious. Ahem. So, I was asked if Breath is connected to the other Zeldas. So, there's two answers to that, Lunarith, and I've answered this a lot over the course of this run. I'm not going to blame you, I know you haven't been here for it. I'm just saying, if this sounds a little bit rote, it's because I've said this like 12 times this entire run. So there's this lie, and it's a regular lie that the Zelda people have been perpetuating for quite some time. The lie is that all of the Zelda games are all connected in one overarching continuity. That is a load of horse crap. And I think I've been doing my due diligence on proving that over the course of the last several weeks. There are individual Zelda games that connect to each other in forming arcs or story paths, in some cases even direct sequels. But for the most part, calling the entire Zelda series connected is nonsense. So, to answer your question in specific, Breath of the Wild. Officially, is it part of canon? Oh yeah, totally. Wink, wink. But in Reality Land, no, Breath has nothing to do with anything. The closest thing it has to do with anything is actually the game we're playing right now, and even that's very, very vague, and only based on the ideas of some of the more ancient technological things as forming kind of a, just a steampunky kind of a vibe, and of course the presence of Hylia as the central and only goddess that they really actually interact with. Now, I should probably mention I have not played Tears of the Kingdom, which may or may not change that equation, but at the moment, I would fairly comfortably say that Breath doesn't really connect with anything. It's like Four Swords Adventures. It's a great game, but it has no continuity with anything. Oh yeah, they did have one scene in Breath where they kind of hinted that it was Fi in the Master Sword. The low health scene, if you're familiar with it. So now let's try to figure out what Giga's asking me. Let's see. Do I want to kill myself? Yes! I should have just cut for lunch right there. No, okay, so the organization is similar to the Sphere Grid. The selection is the FF12. See, I'm sorry, I'm really stupid here, Giga. What is the specific thing you're asking me? Like, cut to the heart of it. What is the question I'm being asked? Looks like it's over there. Oh, they're totally connected, Linear, with wink. I'm winking as hard as I can. Should you be excited or not for FF12? Hang on, because if you're asking about my opinion of FF12, oh, I got an opinion on FF12. 3 hours later. Okay, so is this on the map? It is on the map. And it looks like it's just there from being near it. This area commands an excellent view of your surroundings. It would be wise to utilize this vantage point to douse for nearby Kikwis. Thanks, Fi. Go ahead and save, because I haven't saved in a minute. See, the actual... Let's cut down to the heart of sentence construction. The sentence that ended with a question mark that you said, Gigapudding, was, what would that make you think? So, at that point, the only thing I could presuminate based on that is you're asking me, what do I think about the fact that the developers have called attention to the similarities between the Sphere Grid and the Zodiac board? Which I can give an opinion on, but that sounded like a weird question, which didn't actually sound like you were asking, so I assumed it wasn't. Clearly, I was wrong. Or you could correct me. These are all good things. Oh, geez, Bella. Is it ruined or salvageable? Yeah, I saw Jason Schreier confirmed the FFT thing. Maybe. I haven't checked up on that yet, and I do like to check up on rumors before presuminating. So, memory unlocked. I couldn't find this dude. Now, you're probably looking at me go, Lore, you're dumb, but okay, hang on. Let me set the scene for a second. So first of all, playing on the Wii, so much less clear visuals. Second of all, I'm playing on a TV, which is much lower resolution and lower quality than I'm looking at right now. Third, so I was playing in the living room. I was playing with a friend. I think I mentioned that. A couple friends, actually. And so I was like 15 feet that way. So I remember going through this section and just automatically running by this and not seeing this jackass. And, yeah. I'm dumb. There is no safety for you. I do find it interesting they're doing another Final Fantasy Tactics remaster. I'll be curious to see what they do with it this time. I've been discovered, and here I thought I had a good hiding place. Squee. I'm Erla. You won't find another Kikwi in these woods that's half as good as hiding as I am. Except the Elder, of course. I'm not detecting any additional dowsing responses in the area. I suggest you go speak with the Kikwi Elder. You met the Elder? He's okay? Oh, glad to hear it. If you see him again, would you please tell him I'm here? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I still haven't played Tactics Ogre R, the second one, so I can't speak to that. Hey, we actually could catch a bug. Holy crap. I forget who was asking that earlier. Would you believe no, Just Rob? I actually have it, and I'm really excited to try it out someday, along with the Chrono Trigger one, and because I love the hell out of Free Enterprise. I play the crap out of Free Enterprise. I've never actually had time to play it. I am going to someday, when my queue's a little bit less full, just kind of dealer's choice plonk down on both the Chrono Trigger, the FF4, and the FF6 randomizers, just to try them out for myself and see what we think of them. Speaking of which, I'm glad you figured out that it was the hard drive and got that solved before that was any more issues. Freaking hard drives. Level caps. I love level caps in any game. Those are joy. I should probably mention, sorry, I should clarify, there's two types of randomizers. One is, I want to experience a new game in the skin of the old. I don't like those. I never have. There's actually been randomizers like that for, say, FF6 for quite a few years. And I tried that and I hated it, because it really is just new game in the skin of the old, and I just have no interest in that. I prefer open world randomizers, which is when they rejigger things around and adjust it so that you can still have progression. The reason I prefer that is easy to describe. It's because those kind of randomizers test your knowledge and skill with the game. In other words, a lot of the gameplay of playing that kind of randomizer is about routing, right? Okay, I just got this and this. This gives me access to here, and this gives me access to nothing, unless I get this thing. So if I could find this thing, and I could go here, I could find this thing. And part of that routing is the enjoyment for me, figuring out what to do next. A typical randomizer, which is just the new game of the old skin, is just change up the stats and change up the visuals and change up what spells and abilities they have, and it's just, I'm not interested in that. All my fellow Kikwis are well. They want me to stop worrying. Excellent! They know me too well. You have a real talent for finding whatever's missing. I don't know who you are or where you come from, but you have my thanks. I feel much less worried now. I believe I just remember where that young lady went. That young girl, Zelda, is her name? Yes, it's all coming back to me. She said she had to travel to the temple deep within these woods. I tried to warn her about how dangerous it was there, but the clever little thing vaulted off my belly and ran off on her own, just the same. I think she headed down that way towards the temple. But be sure to take great care if you follow her. That area is crawling with monsters.
Choo!
I almost forgot. As a reward for finding all my fellow Kikwis, I give you a precious Kikwi heirloom. We'll just fetch it for you right now. Pardon me a moment. There we go. Slingshot get. Our first item. Not great. Not terrible.
Cute, cute.
With that slingshot, you should be able to find a path into the deep woods where the temple is.
Cute.
How does that rope stay bound like that?
Cute, cute. Ho, ho, ho.
I'll be rooting for you. Ho, ho, ho. No, use. There we go. Listen, slingshots are for babies. I don't think I could have actually failed at that harder if I tried. Well, I run back up here. Here's my notes. I don't think so, Takoida. We definitely haven't seen it in any of the games we've covered so far, and I'm pretty sure none of the upcoming ones have that, but don't quote me on that. I don't remember all the items in this game. I remember the beetle, which we're actually going to get next. And that's kind of it, if I'm being totally honest with you. I feel like there was a sand blower thing, but I might be misremembering that too. Yeah, the rope knew. It knew. It's also effectively the first time I'm hearing most of this soundtrack. I've been paying attention as we go. Speaking of controls I'm happy to not have to use anymore. This was a waggle back in the day. I'm so glad to not be using it. Like, I know I complained about it earlier, and I stand by that. I think these controls are not really great. But let's be clear. They're better. This right here, I'm still getting used to this, and I'm probably going to suck horribly on the upcoming boss fight. But at least this isn't causing me aggravation every second, every swing, everything. Speaking of the first boss. You didn't bother me, Gig. I just didn't understand the question because I'm stupid. Yeah, I know, it's weird, Crazy Norse. I'm one of those rare individuals who does not enjoy motion controls. I think there's like 3 of us, ever, in the history of human society. That's going forwards, too. No additional people will ever be born who don't like motion controls. So I was actually thinking about that, Humble Magus, because one thing that's been going on in my head this whole time is how exactly they're going to make the controls work. So I sort of assumed they were going to go one of 2 routes, neither of which they went with, of course. First and most obvious is the thing that I assumed they were going to be. I figured we'd be like running around, and then we enter, like, essentially, for lack of a better way to put it, combat control. So, whoosh. And then once we're in combat mode, we could use either our left analog or our right analog, probably the right analog, to adjust the position, and then something like ZR which is a really common swing in a lot of games, like, say, Dark Souls, in order to actually do the swing. So, swoosh. That would be hold left ZR, hold right ZR. Make sense? That's what I was sort of presuming walking into this. What it is, for the record, is I have to tap, like that, to do slices in the directions that I want to. The other option I was thinking of, and this would be a little bit more involved, so despite the seemingly analog nature of this input, really, there's only 4 types of slices. Well, okay, excuse me. No, I'm right, 4 types of slices. There's diagonal, top to bottom, and to bottom to top. There's horizontal, there's vertical, and there's stab. That's it, right? So I was figuring it would be like swing, which would be like this, and that's just your swing, probably alternating. And or maybe like a lot of the Zeldas will actually do this, where if you're holding left while you hit the swing button, it'll swing left. If you're holding right, it'll swing right. That's something that's already been a thing in the Zelda series. And yeah, you just map the different types of slices to probably shortcutting. So for example, L plus swing would be like the vertical thing, like this. Or, and then you could do L plus movement plus swing to like that. To do, of course it's not doing it there, like that. And so forth and so on. I feel like there's a lot of shortcutting you could do to make this work, and that is kind of what I was expecting. I was not expecting this. I imagine this was a lot easier to program, because at this point all this is the Wiimote controls being translated into the analog stick. And that's nearly a one-to-one translation, so that's pretty easy to accomplish. There's probably a lot less effort to do this. I'm not accusing them of being lazy, just stating fact. Peace! Peace! Relic! Peace! This, Spartan. To phrase that sentence differently, and I apologize for repeating myself to everyone who isn't Spartan, it feels like they would have had to completely reprogram a lot of the combat AI, enemy AI, and how some of the swings work in order to make the controls actually work. Instead, they just interpreted it into the analog, job done. Again, I'm not throwing shade, I get it. By all accounts, this does seem to be a much more improved version, and I do think the new analog thing works better, and the new motion controls work better, so this is definitely an improvement. I don't want to sound ungrateful on that front. Hello, Triaxia. A lot of Dark Soulsing in this stage, my goodness. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. They didn't go all in. They did a polishing pass, and that's fine. This is a remaster, after all. That's pretty much exactly what I expect out of a remaster. A polishing pass. Ask me again after like 3 days when I've been doing this for a while. Plus, we haven't hit the first part that actually caused me physical pain yet. That would be the first boss. Also, if I could just say this, the removal of the waggle entirely, huge, huge quality of life improvement. I've never liked the waggle, and I never will. I'll never forgive it for the death of my boy. Are you crawling out to me? No, seriously, are you crawling out to me? Do you have any idea what you're doing? I guess that's a no. Hey, Geludo. Welcome to Skyward. I was kind of hoping to hit the first dungeon before the lunch break, but we might not manage that. Okay, so this is unrelated to either game. This is some other dev saying that. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. That's the critical piece that I had failed at. I know. Pillars of snow, I know. Ugh, stab! Okay, I've killed myself. Oh, thank goodness. Whew. So... It's true, I've been playing a while. I should take a break! I'm so glad they got rid of that crap. Oh, absolutely, Spartan, because, see, I have no functioning brain. Oh, wait, no, I'm actually a good manager. Never mind. So they're saying that they're drawing a lot of inspiration from FF12 and FF10 in terms of their leveling system, or their customization of leveling system. Okay, I'm with that. It sounds like what they're talking about. They mention FF12, and then it's organized similar to FF10. Let's start with this. That's a nonsense statement. He was probably correcting himself. It's more likely that he just straight up meant they're using something based on FF10. Whether it's a good thing or not, so the sphere grid is kind of contentious. I'm going to go ahead and go on record as saying I don't actually like the sphere grid, personally, but that's more of a preference thing than it's terrible thing. Hang on a second. I don't remember how to do this. God damn it. I don't know how to deal with the dodge. I legitimately don't. I'm not sure what to do about that. Die, monster. Okay. You want to poke, don't you? Nope, nope, okay. Huh. Alright, Phi. How do I kill it? Quadro Baba. Violent plant is widespread in wooded areas. It will attempt to bite anything that approaches it. More rare than Deku Baba, Quadro Guava has greater stamina, a golden husk, and dynamic mouth are this plant's distinguishing features. You have defeated 0 of this enemy type. I'm unable to analyze your battle performance with this insufficient data. Oh, thanks. Bye. Thanks for that. Well, we're just gonna ignore that. Having said that, there's nothing necessarily wrong with the FF10 sphere grid in concept. You've actually asked me a bit of a complex question. When it comes to designing terrain in a video game, like in a Zelda, for example, you have to think a lot about a lot of things. Like, for example, where is the player likely to go, and where is the player capable of going? Because those are two separate things you have to keep in mind constantly. So you could do things like with camera angle, or with using color, or with using distinction, to kind of indicate a flow of where you want the player to go. But you also have to decide where they can go, what they have access to, and what they're going to be able to deal with. And you have to keep that in mind with regards to preventing soft locking, giving the proper challenges, giving rewards for exploration, stuff like that. What does this have to do with the sphere grid? Same exact thing applies. In the sphere grid, you need to be able to think about where the player is likely to travel on the sphere grid to level up, and where they are possible to level up. In FF10 specific, they mostly accomplish this with the use of the lock spheres. You can go through here, but at a certain point, you need to be able to progress by getting one of those lock spheres, which they actually manually give out through most of the game. Later on in the game, you can farm lock spheres, but early on, it's all like, you get this for beating this boss, or you get this in this chest in this dungeon. So they can manually design what you have access to at any given point in time, right? Thing is, I'm with Dakota. I think they had a little bit of question marky in the specifics of how they designed what, which abilities were where they would incline you towards, and how long it would take you to be able to access certain parts of the grid. The concept of the grid is fine. It's the specifics that I feel like they kind of failed at, so it might be a good thing. However, there's one other major detriment of the sphere grid, and I do objectively think that this is something that is negative, and we'll probably give a negatives for this when it comes to FF10. That is micro-leveling. Micro-leveling is exactly what it sounds like. It's the exact opposite of staircase leveling. You get a level up and your stats go up by 1, and that means nothing. And then you get a level up and your stats go up by 1, and you get a level up and your stats goes up by 2. And after about 8 levels, or 10 levels, that's when you start to feel a little bit stronger, because each increase in overall power is so tiny that you barely notice that you're getting stronger. Now, the reason I say that's objectively bad is because of the way our psychology is wired. If we slowly, gradually do something, we don't really have that feeling of progression, right? We can do things to artificially create that feeling of progression, like by going back to an earlier area for whatever reason. But we don't feel like we're actually getting anywhere because we always feel like we're just at the same relative level of power that we always have been throughout the course of the game. By contrast, staircase leveling makes leveling feel like an event. Chikong, and you're much stronger now. You go up a whole staircase, and now you can just do all sorts of things. Oh, this is so great. And that's why I think that's kind of a problem, is because unless you want leveling to not even be a factor in your game, you want the player to feel good for getting a level. And I think FF10 fails at that. I don't know if I got that in 60 seconds, but feel free to clip that if I did. Hope that answers you, Giga. I still don't know how to kill this guy. Well, that works. Game. There we go. Yeah, it's another thing. So FF12, there's actually more to that, but again, I was trying to get that in 60 seconds. FF12, one of the biggest ways FF12 failed was everyone had access to the entire grid immediately. And that's not great. Like, that doesn't feel good, because it means there's absolutely no design to the grid. You just go level whatever. Now, the Zodiac Edition improved that a little bit by adding classes to the grid. That's cool and all, but you get the overall concept. Now, an argument canon has been made that there's nothing wrong with having total homogenization when it comes to your class design. However, the older I get and the more actual analysis I do on more and more games, the more I tend to lean against that. In my opinion, if you have each of your characters totally homogenized, that can work, but you have to do something substantial in order to try and differentiate each character from each other, usually on the cosmetic side. And frankly, I think FF12 fails at that. To use a contrary example, in FF7, most of the characters are functionally pretty homogenized. There's very few differences between them. But they feel different because of the way that they look and they attack, and of course their limit breaks. So there's a little bit enough flavor there to make you want to bring Tifa because the reels are awesome, for example. Or, you know, you want to bring, I don't know, Barrett because he has a really, really good limit break, or something like that, right? In FF12, the only reason to bring any given character is because you happen to like their attack animations. That's it.
Hey.
There's a face I know. Hey, bud. Sup? Tell your timing could not have been better. Look here, I stumbled onto one of those things just now, and it looks like something I've seen in those ancient texts. Yep, I remember these things. I hate these things. I have distinct memories of trying to find all of these and hating every moment of them. Although, in the interest of fairness, I just realized one of the biggest reasons why I probably hated these things. Can you guess why, before I tell you? Those ancient texts say some real interesting stuff about these things. How'd it go? Let's see. Summon forth the light from a heavenly blade, and may that sword's master receive aid. So there you have it. Yep, having to do the Skyward strike for each of them. As I've already talked about, that was a whole problem. See, I just couldn't get my sword up. Oh my god, I hadn't unlocked the shortcut yet. That was a complete screw-up. I did not mean to jump down here. Kill me, Kratos, kill me. Sorry. You know what this music reminds me of? In a good way. Mana music. It's not quite at the level of Hiroki Kikuta, because that man is an incredible composer. But it still feels like that vibe, you know? It does loop in on itself. Okay, so before we do anything else, let's get our shortcut. Yeah, that's nice, that's nice. I need to get my shortcut. Let me get my oh my god, you asshole. Okay, fine. Look at how easy that is with input. Oh, man, look at how easy that is with input. That is just, oh, that's going to be so much easier. So anyways, it's the end of the sky. Yep. We're gonna hit all of those, and yeah, okay. Can I get my shortcut now, please? Yeah, Visions of Mana looks legit. I should mention that I absolutely loved the gameplay of Trials of Mana R. So, give me a good story with Trials of Mana R's combat, and I am sold. I would call this a relatively inoffensive and nice little intro section. With that all said, it's my lunch break. And we made it! We made it to the dungeon. See you in a bit.